Please keep it civil and have a good time. Make sure you read the rules.
Meeting. Who is this?
I believe there was a meeting planned.
How's it going? Yeah, we'll speak with you just one moment. You mind if I speak with my staff for just a moment? All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Greetings, gentlemen. We got I believe the CIA director is not here. I apologize, not the CIA. There we go. Greetings, gentlemen. So I think we need to have a quick talk before we go anywhere else. And Cheney, feel free to butt in here whenever you'd like. But we gotta talk about this UN situation. Now, we proposed that UN resolution, UN Security Council Resolution 1442, demanding immediate cessation of all nuclear activities by Iran, and it has resulted in a veto by the Russian Federation. Gentlemen, what are our options here? If we cannot work with the international community and the United Nations, what are we left with? What's our options?
Well, France and Iraq have expressed intentions to, if the UN is not able to find a resolution to the nuclear crisis, that we take matters to our own hands. If you know what I'm saying.
No, I understand very well, Cheney. You sure there's no other options? I mean, we don't want the Russians to outmaneuver us here. There's a lot of countries
more
looking
sanctions.
More sanctions.
There's not much else we can do. They're being pretty reluctant. Those sanctions aren't stopping them.
Well, when we have the UN Security Council meeting, we at least gotta speak our case there before we take action outside of it.
Of course.
So, hey, Director, what kind of assets we got in Iran? What are our options?
We got some intruders till meeting.
We do, gentlemen. This is the White House. You're not just gonna walk in here, all right?
I apologize, Hammurabae. Can you run the UNSC meeting since you are still the president?
It's 2001. Yeah, sure. Is it right now?
It's 2002. Yeah. Well, we need one for the Iraq proposal, and then obviously the issue with Iran.
Okay.
Mr. CIA.
Gentlemen, do you want me to do that right now, Sniper?
If you want to do it in like 10 minutes, if you want to finish some stuff up, that's fine.
Cool. Sounds good. I'll get the setup right after.
All right. Thank you.
But gentlemen, this is a private meeting in the White House. We'll speak with you in just a moment. Excuse me. We got a private call. There's a private conversation here.
Of course.
I don't know where the security is in the White House, letting all these foreign dignitaries into the Oval Office.
Listen, we have one of them grand.
That includes you and India.
Down the hallway to the left.
Get him out. Get him out.
That's the exit right over there. Wonderful. Gentlemen. Options. We got shot options here.
We could do a military intervention into Iran. We have it could be done through the Kuwait naval base, and it would quite be successful if we make plans for it.
Well, I heard that Saddam is interested in a military action with Iran. Have we reached out since last time I had that phone call with him?
No, but we have we did agree to meet in Baghdad along with the French and the Turkish and Saudi Arabian, so I don't believe they'll be able to be here. They'll be to go there for other reasons. But we did agree to meet with the Turkish and the French and the Iraqis in Baghdad if the UN resolution were to fail, and I believe it will fail. So
well, when it fails, we'll have to take action. And in that case, I think we need to find assets in the region. Rumsfeld, can you go ahead and deploy some divisions into the Kuwaiti base and put a air presence up there? Cheney, I need you to talk with Middle Eastern countries who might be willing to support us, as well as the French. Can you do that for me?
I can do that.
Beautiful. I'm gonna deploy that task force over there as well. Oh, fuck is this? Oh,
Oh,
that's
no.
that's not what we want. Mr.
CIA.
CIA Director, we can see what you're doing there.
There is no upgrade in progress, sir. I do not know what you are talking about.
Also, we need to expand the air bases and the 2 naval bases we have, because currently it won't fit all the planes.
Is this completely bugged out? Can you close it on your screen, Jesus?
Go on intelligence agency and click.
Okay, cool. It's not bugged. Thank goodness. Okay, never mind. It's all good.
We need to increase the how's it called? Air bases in the naval bases. NSA, Bahrain, and the Kuwait naval base. We need more planes in there.
Trini, can you go ahead and handle those upgrades? All right, listen. I think our best course of action here is to work with the French. Now, they want to be some great modern power. And the only way they're going to do that is if they collaborate with us. So I think we need to speak with them as well. Director of the CIA, can you go speak with the Egyptians? Actually, are they in the game? They're not. God damn it. Nor the Saudis. Jesus Christ, man.
Egyptians are not in the game, but they are here. They just couldn't get in because they're validating the files. But
all right, that's quite a shame.
Yeah, we could try to coordinate a meeting, but I'm not quite sure how.
We do have the Omanis. Director, can you go speak with the Omani Sultan and see if he'd be willing to facilitate this invasion if we have to take it? Director?
Mr. President.
Would you be able to go speak with the Omanis? The Sultan has expressed a willingness to cooperate in the past. Can you speak with him?
Indeed. But I also strongly recommend that the budget to the cybersecurity division be increased.
Yeah. We can do it, absolutely. Given the state of terror that we're seeing in Mexico, Iran, I gotta go on a quick meeting with the Mexican president. Cheney, can you go speak with him at least? Rumsfeld, go ahead and set up a potential military invasion, and Director, go speak with the Omanis.
Yes, sir.
Director of the CIA, can we speak for just one minor second? And
where's the goddamn Mexican president?
Let's go.
So many VCs. Greetings, President. I apologize about that earlier.
No worries. It was my intrusion.
Your mic is really low.
Sorry. No sorries needed, Mr. President. It was my own intrusion.
I want to speak with you about the situation. What's the deal with these communist rebels you're dealing with in Mexico?
They are an ethnic insurgency fighting with the support of many cartels, to be fair, against our state. We are having trouble suppressing them, unfortunately. That is the most simple explanation. We are currently fighting them in the province of Campeche in Cancun. Yeah, we're trying to hold an interstate between the two cities at the moment.
Now, what kind of resources you got on the ground in there? As I'm sure you saw in the news, we have put forth the necessary acts which will give my administration the capacity to take unprecedented levels of foreign action in foreign bodies. Now, I'd be happy to deploy some troops to assist you if you'd require it in Mexico, as we do not want communists taking any degree of power on the southern border.
That is an excellent idea. We can for the moment logistical supplies is the most important thing, as we lack currently the trucks and the planes to deploy more troops in the infrastructure poor area of the Yucatan Peninsula. At the moment, unfortunately, as temporary president, I have limited powers, but once the election of July of next year is completed, the new president will have full powers to deal with the rebellion.
That's good to hear. Are you running again, President Zadilo?
No, it's Altamirano. He's the previous Secretary of the Interior. Next.
Gotcha. Well, that's good to hear. We'll have to talk more then. As I said though, we have a new program. There's these devices we have called drones. You may have heard of them. We've kind of kept them quite quiet. We haven't used them extensively, but we are planning their use potentially with Iran and other areas. Now, as I said, the Necessary Acts Act has given us unprecedented level of foreign power. Now, there is an array of targets that I have been given by my intelligence agency that we could strike with these communist rebels. Now, there is always a chance, of course, that we may hit civilian targets. These are not exact devices, but they are very delicate strikes.
Acceptable.
It's good to hear. It's good to hear.
Damage is acceptable. This is a war for the integrity of the Mexican Republic. We cannot allow these insurgents and criminals to have their way.
No, I agree. I want that coming over the goddamn border. You know, we task a lot of money. It's costing my administration a lot of goddamn resources to keep that border plugged up. You understand? It's one of my pinnacle running points was to keep that border secure.
In fact, right now.
All right, good. Well, in that case, I'll speak with my CIA director and the military chiefs to get some limited strikes on communist high-profile targets in the Yucatan. We can get that dealt with for you.
Before you leave, Mr. President, I have another question. We are, as an important trade partner in our nation is Italy, and we're very worried about the French actions in the Mediterranean. We'd like to know of your opinion on the matter.
This is a private conversation, right, President? I don't want these words getting out of here. Can I trust you to keep this quiet?
Of course.
I gotta say, the French, they're a little too big for their britches. You understand? They think there's some big world power, which they haven't been in a long, long time. And I'm getting sick and tired of dealing with these goddamn narcissists in Paris who think they can walk all over the world just because they got some little ass carry. It's getting real annoying. I agree. The Mediterranean situation is unacceptable. And I will be speaking firmly with the French president once we deal with the Iranian crisis. We cannot have a rogue state like Iran with nuclear weapons. We need the French. But once that's dealt with, I can promise you, the United States will put increasing pressure upon the French government to ensure that they are not, as I said, getting too big for their britches.
Estamos elated to hear this, Mr. President. We
Now,
thank you for your immense support. And
Of course. One other thing I'd like to talk about.
Closer cooperation. Yes, of course.
Of course. Now, I did promise that we'd be able to offer you some economic stimulus. Now, we're running a bit of a deficit. We signed through a lot of good legislation, good tax breaks. We got the job creators. Not pressed too hard by taxes, but we do, of course, are a wealthy country. We have some excess capital. Now, are you in need of some capital surplus? We know that your economy is doing quite poorly over there.
Yes, unfortunately, there was a capital flee after the beginning of the terrorist threat. I believe there is a possibility for further integration between the Texan car manufacturing industry and the mines of northern Mexico. So
I'd be willing to give you either a loan, or I could give you a direct economic stimulus. Now, I think this is important. Obviously, we need to keep the Mexican economy afloat. I wouldn't want to be dealing with some sort of chaotic cartel government on the southern border.
Sure.
So I'd be willing to do this for you. Would either of those be acceptable to your government, President Zadilo?
I believe the private market needs to be strengthened. So direct injection into the private market will be more beneficial for both.
Say no
of our
more,
countries.
Mr. President. We're going to go ahead and inject $19 billion into your economy. Now, you don't have to pay us back, but we obviously expect further economic ties. Given we already have NAFTA, I don't think that'll be much of a deal. But we're on the same page, right?
Yes, of course. And I believe this further integration will provide many jobs to the American in Texas, which will strengthen your party likely in the next election.
I hope so. All right. Is there anything else I can do for you, President?
Nothing for us. I shall keep you informed on the situation on the Yucatan. We expect some defeats on the ground for the moment due to the poor logistical situation, but as your drone strike and our own air force begins working, I am sure, and as the next president arrives with extraordinary powers, I believe we shall crush the rebellion eventually.
It's good to hear. As I said, if you need further support, United States Special Forces, anything we can do to assist you, all you do is need to pick up that phone and give me a ring.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Then I shall
thank
let you go.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours.
For my goddamn VC here. All right, let's get the meeting going. How's it going, guys? We are continuing, obviously, with a Millennium Dawn United States game. We're about to have a UN Security Council meeting. And just heads up, I will not be talking much with y'all because I like to really focus, and we're the US, so I just got to do Diplo the whole time. So just a heads up about that. I'm not being a jerk, not trying to ignore you, but there's so much going on, I kind of have to focus on things. I've debated just, like, recording these and not streaming them, but I've decided not to do that. So, yep, just heads up. Follow me here. All right, we'll wait for everyone else to get in here. I think Sniper's grabbing folks. So it's 2001, Sniper asked me to run this again. As I said, there is the chart on the website, so in the future other countries will run this, but I guess it is still 2001. This will be concerning specifically 2 agenda items for the UN Security Council. This is an ad hoc meeting, specifically dealing with the proposed resolution to Iran, which Russia's already said they're going to veto, but we do at least need to have a discussion of it. And then there is, I believe, another Iraqi proposal that I was told that we should discuss as well. So we'll wait for the other countries to get in here. So let me just go ahead and look real quick at the rotating members. I'll say those out loud. As I find them. So for 2001, rotating members are Bangladesh, Colombia, Ireland, Jamaica, Mali, Mauritius, Norway, Singapore, Tunisia, Ukraine, yes, and of course the permanent members. So, no, there's only one Chinese person up here at a time. You only get one person. Your co-ops do not come up. All right, who else are we missing?
I didn't come too late, did I? Because I was talking with India.
No, we're waiting for anyone. I think Sniper should be grabbing people.
Okay, yeah, he wasn't grabbing me, to be honest. I just saw it.
All right. What else are we missing?
The UK.
Yep. I see Sniper. He's getting people. If you are a permanent or rotating member, go ahead and just raise your hand. I'm going to pull you up on stage. Just a reminder, we will run these as the proper UNSC meetings now. That means there will be an agenda, which I'll say at the start. If you'd like to speak, just simply request it. Don't interrupt anyone else. That's not how the UNSC works. We'll go one by one. We can have a debate on things, then we'll have a vote. Obviously, permanent members have a veto, meaning anything that they would like, they can kill instantly. Rotating members, you do not have a veto, but you do have a vote. So just a reminder on how this is going to go. Got people getting here real fucking slow. All right, who else? Rotating members. Don't think anyone else. All right, United Kingdom. And then I think who are we still missing from the permanent members? We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, well, I guess we can go ahead and get started then. I mean, if people are still coming, that's up to them. So we're going to go ahead and get started with this UNSC meeting. There are 2 items on the agenda. If you would like to see what they are, go ahead and look into the MD channels, specifically for the UN statements and resolutions. There are 2 I've been asked to bring up here today, which is, I'm trying to find it right now. Apparently Iraq did one, which I was told to bring up. Oh, Sniper is in here. I need to know what he wanted me to bring up here. We'll start with a simple one. The United States Security Council Resolution 1442. We're going to go ahead and adopt that as the first agenda item before the United States speak. Would anyone like to comment on this resolution? Now, Russia has said they're going to veto this, but the United States at least will discuss it and put it to a vote. We'd like to see Russia formally veto it at this meeting. Would anyone like to speak about this resolution?
Yes, Norway would.
Okay, we acknowledge the speaker from Norway.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while I do not condone or condemn these actions that have been brought forward to us to debate today, and although we all quite rightfully know that this is going to be vetoed, it is a moot point. And I say moot as a point worth discussing. And I'm quite curious, flabbergasted really, that such actions have been immediately brought up on UN Security Council resolutions when members of said Security Council have also acted in a rather and just shockingly aggressive manner on the world stage to the uproar of dozens of nations on several continents. And the fact that none of that is being addressed, I do find quite disconcerting. And perhaps we should maybe move that to closed doors in NATO, or not. But I'm quite shocked that no one here today on the Security Council, my partners in the EU, or my friends and allies in NATO have stayed relatively quiet about this, or not proposed anywhere near lengthy or as detailed plans on how to de-escalate that situation. I'm just stunned to silence, frankly. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Would any of the other rotating and permanent members of the UNSC like to speak on this topic?
France wrote.
We acknowledge the speaker from France.
France finds this pretty peculiar that Russia threatens to veto this resolution, or said they're gonna veto it. We believe that Iran has nuclear weapons, are developing them, and we should do something about that. There's no time for any sanctions. There's no time for diplomacy. Iran has right now already developed nuclear weapons, from what we heard, and we need to act right now. And I believe that if Russia vetoes that, then I believe that partners in NATO, especially with the US and France, should go anyway, and to hinder Iran in developing nuclear weapons and bolstering the stockpile. That's everything I want to say about that.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak upon this issue?
Yeah, I would.
All right, we acknowledge the speaker from the United Kingdom.
I see myself kind of in the middle in this situation so far, judging the statements and everything. As we've made clear before, we support the Japanese legislation in regards to this, though I believe that was a General Assembly proposal in regards to launching a formal inspection. And frankly, we see both sides of these so far that we can see forming are acting disappointingly within their own interests rather than the interests of the world. The world at this point, it is clear we do not need to go back to the situation that was existing in the Cold War. We must work together, and I don't feel as if launching an inspection, UN-sanctioned inspection, is inherently problematic and causes any kind of issues. A nation is allowed to develop its own nuclear program if it is a nuclear nation signed under the proposals of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. Iran signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty and is a nation that is so far not allowed to gain nukes. There are several other nations in the past that have circumnavigated this legislation, and we find yet another nation circumnavigating it quite problematic. That is all I have to say on the matter.
Thank you.
Here, here.
Any other speakers? We acknowledge the Russian Federation.
Stand by 1 moment, please. Apologies. We will reiterate our reason as to why we intend to veto this resolution. We believe that the actions are too drastic to justify at this time. We would support instead the Japanese resolution for investigations into Iran. Following the outcome of these investigations, we would be willing to reconsider this specific proposal.
Thank you. Is there any other UNSC members who wish to speak? We acknowledge the speaker from China.
China ultimately supports the. China is finding it quite concerning that Russia is willing to veto this. But we instead wish and urge people that we cannot allow a nation to become another Korea or another nation to have nuclear weapons. As you know, the terror that they bring. If Iran has developed nuclear weapons, then I fear that the only way people can truly defend themselves is by developing a ballistic missile defense program. If nothing is done about Iran, I urge everyone in the Middle East to develop a program to defend themselves. That is all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak about this as a permanent or rotating member of the UNSC? Very well. In that case, the United States will call upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I have traveled here myself to speak at the United Nations about the crisis of the rogue state of Iran. Now, I would like to present here today shocking evidence, shocking photos from the United States Intelligence Services, which I'll be putting in Millennium Down General. Now, these photos are proof that Iran not only has nuclear facilities and nuclear sites, but they are developing more. Now, we have satellites that monitor the world all the time to be able to see the eventuality of rogue states like Iran gaining access to nuclear weapons. Now, they recently did a test. We had definitive proof that they tested a nuclear device. Now, a rogue state like Iran having nukes is an absolutely unacceptable circumstance for the United States of America. I know there are certain members of the UNSC, such as the leader of the Russian Federation, who wishes for more simplistic matters, but we also know that you work heavily with the Iranian government and are complicit in their acts. Now, we are calling upon the United States to vote for this resolution we have put forward, Resolution 1442. And we would call upon the Russian Federation to act as a global power if they still are one. We understand that there are many oligarchs with economic interests that tend to run your government. We understand that, but we call upon you to do the right thing here. We have proof. We have definitive proof that Iran has nuclear weapons, and we must act. This is the this is the diplomatic choice that we call upon the UNSC to vote for this resolution. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who'd like to speak? In that case, we'll put it to a simple roll call vote. United Kingdom.
Sorry, which specific
Resolution 1442.
legislation is this?
It's in the UN statements.
For me.
Yep. It should be at the top. United States Security Council Resolution 1442.
Okay. We vote against.
Very well. China.
We abstain.
France.
In favor.
Russian Federation. Russian Federation.
The Russian Federation vetoes.
And the resolution will fail. Is there any other proposals that would like to be made at this UNSC meeting?
I believe we should elevate the Japanese's UN General Assembly proposal to a UNSC matter.
The Russian Federation will be co-signing it and making it a UNSC resolution then?
Duh.
Very well.
If allowed, the UK will also co-sign on this.
Very well.
As well
The
China
Japanese
as well.
resolution would then be the counter to the French resolution, which is the UNGA resolution, which is, I believe, 5 spots down. If you go all the way to the top, you'll see that. Japan would like to propose a counter resolution. Send investigators with images of the weapons toward any sort of severe punishment against a state committed such a grave crime. The current evidence is simply not enough to charge. UN investigators and photographers are to be sent to investigate nuclear plants and stockpiles. Iran is not to interfere with investigations. And if the investigation points to nuclear weapons with hard photo proof, then the French proposition may be implemented. If Iran refuses right to entry to investigators, the verdict is immediately assumed to be guilty. This is on the table. Would anyone like to speak about it before we put it to a vote?
Norway would, yes.
Very well.
I do intend to vote in favor of this, but I would urge us to not act so heavy-handedly even with this. If they do refuse the right to investigators, then by all means I am not going to stand in anyone's way should they want to send in or take other drastic actions, I should say, not even sending in troops. But I have issue with the third point that the French proposition be implemented upon finding proof. I don't see how my colleagues and fellows here can support that when they themselves have been making very harsh actions in terms of positioning themselves, even militarily, which I do hope that some of us can speak about later in NATO. But as is this resolution, I would not vote for, and I urge all those present to consider that when they make this vote as well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak about this resolution?
We're speaking about the Japanese one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, then I'd like to speak.
Very well. We call upon the French.
Thank you. I believe the Japanese resolution is just playing into the hands of the Iran because it will give them more time. For this reason, we are not supporting this resolution, and instead, I would like that we adopt the resolution that my General Secretary has proposed. Instead, I believe that the Iranians get too much time to this. This is a simply time-playing matter, and we are running out of time, ladies and gentlemen. We're running out of time. We can't just sit here and argue while Iran gets closer and closer to more nuclear bombs. Every waking minute we're sitting here and arguing. We need to act right now. That's what I'm saying. We need to send in investigators right now. And if this all fails, we need to make sure that Iran can't get more bombs ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this resolution?
Yeah, the UK would like to speak.
Go ahead.
Just to counteract a bit of the French point here, and a bit to build upon the Norwegian point. Just to understand Norway, that the language explicitly says may be implemented, not will be implemented. So, it is our belief that this legislation allows the French proposition to be put to the table rather than propositions that will be put, rather than definitive passing of the French legislation. Second, Iran is a member of the United Nations and not a rogue state. That is the belief of the government of the United Kingdom, and therefore should be treated with the utmost respect of any other nation. It is by that means that we are meeting here today to discuss this legislation. This proposal gives them the benefit of the doubt, but also puts a serious investigation forward that allows for us to find out the truth, rather than making wild accusations or rattle sabers against someone that has been a historical enemy of ours. Even though we have these historical tensions, we still see it more beneficial to work with Iran in solving this crisis and finding the truth of the matter, rather than just intervening in a sovereign nation's internal affairs.
Any other UNSC permanent or rotating members who wish to speak about this?
The Russian Federation will speak briefly.
The Russian Federation?
We support the British standpoint on the matter, and to respond to the French, they wish for immediate action and immediate investigators. That is exactly what this proposition is. We do believe that nuclear weapons being spread to other countries is a bad thing. We should not be violating the NPT, but we should base our actions on definitive proof, is what this resolution seeks to obtain.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak?
If I may counter the Russian argument.
You have already spoken, so no, we're going to keep these time sensitive. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. So just a reminder, this is for the Japanese counter resolution to the French one. So we'll do a roll call vote, starting with the United Kingdom.
We vote in favor.
China.
China votes in favor.
France.
France vetoes this resolution.
Sorry?
France vetoes this resolution.
Very well. This resolution is then not passed. Is there any other agenda items or resolutions that would be proposed to the UNSC before this meeting is ended?
I think the issue about Palestine just popped up. Egypt declared war on Palestine.
Out of RP, it's the stupid fucking AI. Do we really even want to acknowledge this? I mean, like, it makes no fucking RP sense.
No.
Yeah, well, Palestine is a player, but I think, or no, that didn't show up. Okay, so this is just the AI. Hopefully we can just get an edit to get rid of this. This is just one of the stupid AI things, so we'll just leave
okay,
that.
good.
Yep. Any other items? Very well, in that case, we're going to bring this UNSC meeting to a close. Nothing has been agreed upon, and we will continue as is. Thank you all for coming.
Breaking news, and in the latest development regarding the riots in London and throughout cities in the country, the Prime Minister...
Well, nothing happened, unsurprisingly. All right, we need to speak with the ministers because well, we're going to go for Plan B. Oh, fuck, it just happened.
I think it's...
What the fuck is trading? I'm flying back for the USC meeting. Trading, where you at? Where you at right now?
Humiliation. I think it's time we hold the back.
Mr. President.
President Dick Cheney, Vice President, where you at right now? I'm getting reports of a vehicle hitting the Twin Towers in the United States. I'm flying back for the UNSC meeting.
Excuse me, what happened?
I'm up back. I was flying to DC back from New York. We were getting reports that there was a strike.
Oh my goodness.
Vice President, where are you at?
I'm in Washington right now.
All right, I'll be back on the ground soon.
Very well.
We have just been hit. It's these goddamn Iranians, I swear. Director, do we have any intelligence on where this is coming from?
Director of the CIA.
Director, are you here? All right, he's AFK.
He's not here.
It's I was talking to the
Bush, I wish you
I received reports that the Twin Towers were indeed hit by commercial jets. It appears from the footage we've reviewed.
We know where this is coming from.
Right now, we are not sure.
All right, gentlemen. I think also there's a lot of people here. Real quick, you mind if we have a real quick talk? We got to figure out our game plan here. Yep. If you're not part of the U.S. co-op group, please do leave the White House.
Mr. Bush, would you consider Australia to be a part of it?
No. This is the U.S. and the co-ops only.
I send you my condolences, George Bush.
We thank you. One moment, we gotta have a talk real quick.
All right.
Gentlemen.
It was the Iranians. I believe it was the Iranians.
They are all gone now that all.
We have
now that,
intelligence reports that they have nuclear weapons. We have satellite photos. They are well known to do foreign activities abroad. It seems to me, gentlemen, that there is only one conclusion here, and that Iran has declared war on the United States.
I agree. I say we should hold the Baghdad conference with Turkey, Iraq, and France, and we shall come to an immediate, incisive conclusion.
I agree. We need to take action here. We can't be fucking around anymore. All right. Listen, we got to take direct action. Chady, I want you to orchestrate a military action on Iran. Can you prepare for that?
Oh yes, we can prepare for that.
Very well.
Chinese dignitaries, you know, this is a.
This is a private call, guys.
Oh, okay, we'll come back and come later when we're
all right. I got to call up the French. We got to talk to them. If we're not going to get the UN to help us, we're going to go in by ourselves. We'll find any allies we can. We need to reach out to the United Kingdom. They're a historical ally, and we have been hit. Director, can you go speak with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and see if you can get the United Kingdom support for this invasion?
I can indeed.
All right. Rumsfeld, I need you to go speak with the Turks and the Iraqis and get them on board. Wouldn't you have a meeting in Baghdad? Well, I'm not gonna fucking fly there. It's too goddamn dangerous right now. We'll have it in Paris. Can you get them on board for that?
Hello, Mr. Bush. Can I
Not
talk
right
to
now.
you?
One moment. Can you do that for me? All right, wonderful. All right, I'm gonna go speak with the French president. We need to take action here. All right. How's it the setup for the war going? We got our troops on our bases over there.
Yeah, we're gonna be diverting more of our special military units.
Perfect. All right, gentlemen, we know what to do. Where's the French?
Also, relax supplies in the naval bases. We need the supply routes.
Give it whatever we need, whatever funding you need. Is accepted.
Also, if the US even lets me in and all that.
Hold there.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
This is a phone call for the leader of France. I hate to interrupt you, but United States have just been attacked.
Oh, I heard. Yeah. I was about to send my condolences after this meeting with the Austrian Chancellor. Terrible attacks.
I don't want to interrupt, but at the same time, we are making very quick plans here for some decisive action. And I figured I should let you know before we get too far with that without you.
Sure. Yeah. I come. We can talk about this.
Very well. Very well. Let's go ahead and hit them back up.
Wait.
What was that? I cannot find that.
Hello.
Out of our P, I have spoke with Sniper, and he's willing to do a mid the rehost edit to declare war on Iran for us. By the way, so.
Okay.
Yep.
We going in?
Well, listen here. Listen here, President Pasqua. We have been hit. We have been attacked. The United States of America has been directly declared war upon by the nation of Iran. Their nuclear weapons was not the end of it, and they have struck us directly. We have evidence they have many foreign terrorist organizations and actions. It is safe to assume there is no other nation or organization who could have done this. We know the French have a similar opinion to us regarding the danger Iran represents to the West, the United States, as well as the French. And we'd like to cooperate with you in an invasion of the Iranian state.
Of course. I was our position that Iran needs to be stopped, and this attack source prove how dangerous the Iranian regime really is. What is next? Nuclear bombs at New York. We can't let this happen. This needs to be dealt with immediately.
Iran already has nuclear weapons. There's no debating that. They have facilitated nuclear devices in their country. Now, we know that they have been refining heavy materials for quite some time, but as I said, we had reports that there was a test, and if there's one, there's certainly more. We don't know how many warheads they have in Iran, and that is why I think a direct strike, invasion from our bases with the Saudis as well as the other Arabian nations, as well as limited missile strikes upon targets in Iran where we suspect there are facilities to launch weapons.
We are in favor of this plan. I'm completely on board. The French military already has our aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle in the Persian Gulf. We are ready to take any action to support our allies.
We have Turkey here.
Yes, Mr.
Greetings.
Sevet.
This is we're having a meet here regarding the Iranians. I'm sure you've heard about the strikes in the United States of America, and we're going to be taking action. Now, we know the Turks feel strongly about this issue, and I want to make this abundantly clear. We're about to take action. and we wish to see if our partners in Ankara would be willing to work with us. You are a NATO member. That doesn't require you to work with us. We will not be invoking Article 5, but we certainly have been struck here by the Iranians.
I think perhaps maybe we should send some planes to Iraq and have it look like it's an attack from Iraq.
Iraq? I don't give a goddamn about Saddam. He's a goddamn. Oh, whoever's removing the missile screen, please stop doing that. Whoever's doing that. Well,
Saddam is potentially the one who's going to help us. Saddam was potentially going to help us.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that you're going to defer blame.
We're not going to put the blame on goddamn Saddam. Why the hell would we do that?
On Saddam. No, put the blame on Saddam.
Why?
I hear you. I don't know what you're talking about here. Why the hell would we do that?
Because he's bad. He's a bad man.
Are you here for a serious conversation? Because I'm not hearing it from you right now.
But I'm talking about some twilight operations. Okay.
If you're gonna waste our time with us, we're gonna have to escort you out, sir.
Oh. Okay. I didn't mean to waste your time.
We're talking about Iran here. Iran's the true threat.
That's what I'm saying. Have the attack look like it's coming from Iraq.
You want the false flag operation, basically?
On Iraq or Iran?
Yeah. No, on Iran, but it looks like it's coming from Iraq, and then you don't have Iran be pointing blame at NATO, and then you don't get the OIC to point blame at NATO as well.
Well, we already have Saudi Arabian oil. That won't be the biggest concern.
Do we have new launch sites over here in Kuwait or Qatar? God damn it.
Everybody's coming in here now.
Kazakhstan.
Gentlemen, if you're not expressly invited here, you're gonna need to be escorted right out. This is a private meeting, all right?
You need to hang up the phone. Yeah, it's a.
I was sent here by Saddam Hussein. So.
I'm sure you were. Oh yeah, Saddam, the ambassador is welcome to be here. But guys, if you're not here for this and you're just fucking around, do get out. Listen, we are gonna be preparing for this action. And we've called you here to potentially cooperate with us. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can see yourself out. If you do not want to protect and cooperate with the United States in their darkest hour when we have been struck, that is your choice. But as I said, you'll need to leave. Now, we are discussing action, and we've asked the representatives here today if you wish to cooperate on it. Cheney, maybe you could speak a little bit more on this plan. I know you've been working hard on this.
Well, we believe that Iran contains nuclear weapons, and we have to act now. They most likely have some sort of nuclear weapon, so they might not be at full weapon capacity, but we need to act now, and I believe a military invasion from Iraq, Turkey, the United States, and France will be more than enough to overwhelm their forces and topple the regime with a more friendly regime to all four of us.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. President, I've informed you already, I believe, that India stands ready to let its airfields and its ports be ready for any coalition support.
Very well. If we can launch some naval invasions from there, that'd be perfect, because this goddamn game is fucking me on Kuwait. I can't fucking click it. There we go. That'd be wonderful. Is India offering to directly enter this war then? Or what's your plans here? Prime Minister, very well. Very well.
We will use our navy. I will have to ask some of your members of staff for access to more modern fighters. Our intelligence predicts that they're in possession of F-15s, which would be.
They have a few. They have very, very few of those, I can assure you.
Yes. Although we would of course like to.
I do not think we can spare any currently. So sadly.
I propose a stage plan of this invasion. First stage would involve massive missile strikes on Iranian airfields to get air superiority. The second stage would involve full ground invasion after this.
Yes.
This can be achieved with cruise missiles fired from French and American forces.
We are in the process of upgrading our facilities in Kuwait and Qatar to launch missile strikes upon Iran at this very moment.
Iraq will help you, but we do have some requests.
Of course. What is your request? Your mic, by the way, is a bit.
Well, quiet. Okay.
Oh my god, it's not quiet, it's like robot.
Yeah, it's
really fucked up.
Correctly.
It's really, really bad.
Some chicharron right there.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll help you, but if this war is successful and this government is toppled, we would request the province of Khuzestan to be transferred back.
There will be no
Iraq.
territory
In
transfers. That is simply
the
not on the table.
1937
I don't
treaty-
give a goddamn what your fucking politics are with the Iranians. This is not about you and your claims. You can tell Saddam I said that. This is about assuring that a nuclear state is dealt with. This is not the time for your petty little border disputes in the Middle East.
I like this guy.
Understand that Saddam is he's willing.
I'm not debating this. If you want to debate this, listen, this is a simple meeting. It's to decide who will cooperate with us and who will work with the United States of America. We have been declared war upon by the Iranians at this point. If you will not cooperate with us, we will view you at best a hostile actor. Now, is Saddam's government willing to cooperate? Because if he's not, and he wants to start making demands about territory, we could cut him the hell out of this deal. We might have to investigate if he was involved in this as well.
Oh, that's absurd.
Well, it's absurd to ask for territory in this situation too.
That was thrown out the window after the Iranian government revolted.
I told you I'm not going to debate this, Ambassador.
Mr. President, but this is an important claim from Saddam's.
I mean, maybe for Saddam, but we're not here for Saddam. We're here to
Not
deal with the
just
United
for Saddam,
States
but for the
in
Iraqi
defensive war against Iran. Are you going to help us? If you have strings, we can end this conversation right here.
What do you want? What would you like for us?
We would like
do? You
access
want us
to,
launch a full-scale invasion of Iran?
We'd like access to with Cheney. Actually, I don't really know about that. Cheney, you're the one. Talk about that.
Potential, just minor military bases at a minimum.
You want us to host your military? Is that what you're saying?
It would be very minor ones. It would not be at a mass scale. It's just to help with supply issue. Okay, well,
No
that will come.
coalition forces will be entering into Iraqi territory.
In that case, Iraq is hostile to the forces of the United States and the coalition, and we'll be supporting the Iranian government.
No, we're not supportive of the Iranian government. We were willing to take matters into our own hands. But, I mean, if the United States isn't willing, or this coalition isn't willing to recognize our legitimate claims...
We're not.
Then, I mean, we don't see a reason to really help.
Very well. In that case, we can have White House staff show you out, Ambassador. Thank you for coming here.
Very well. Thank you.
Turkey's concerned if they actually do have a nuclear weapon. What's the response to that?
The French military.
We can deploy some anti-nuclear weapon in Turkey, as well as the French.
I was about to say, we also deployed our two of our Triumphant SSBM submarines in case the Iranians launch something. Our nuclear doctrine says that we fire a nuclear warning shot if Iran happens to fire a nuclear bomb at somebody. And our most likely target for this would be Isfahan for such eventuality.
It is certainly a scary proposition.
Well, think of it this way. If we don't act now, they'll have 10 times more than what they have now. And then if they eventually demand something, I know you have border skirmishes with them. If they demand something, they will have more nuclear weapons to ruin your nation. It is now or never.
Also, our intelligence suggests that Isfahan is actually hosts a nuclear power plant as well.
Guys, please stop removing that menu. I'm doing something.
Oh. And I think if the Iranians do something like this, one nuclear strike at Isfahan could cripple their whole production for years, or even for centuries.
Okay.
I don't think we need to be launching offensive nuclear strikes here, if that's what you're suggesting.
No, I'm suggesting in case the Iranians fire first.
Oh, well, I think return strikes, of course, are completely reasonable.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that the French military will certainly launch on warning.
We will definitely need missile defense system.
We will put more than enough in your eastern part.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also requesting Turkey to house French Mirages, so we can strike Iranian territory from there as well.
Yeah, we already contain around 4 American armored divisions, and maybe the French could also.
Yeah.
Canada has sent $8 billion to the United States. I hope it was well received.
We thank you kindly for your actions there. Our time of crisis.
Of
Will not be
course, of
forgotten.
course. Much apologies, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the Indian government is willing to, seeing as you have accepted our license request, invest into, or rather ask for factories for your military production to be set up, and we are ready to.
We can facilitate an economic deal. If you're trying to look for an economic deal at this time, it's really not the moment for that, Prime Minister.
We are requesting for factories to be set up, facilitating, of course, building up our missile defense system. We believe that India will certainly be a target for Iranian missiles if we were to take part in this invasion.
We can provide you with the licenses to do that, but in terms of on the ground support, I mean, we could send engineers to assist you, of course.
Okay, thank you. We are willing to, of course, compensate you for any such investments.
Wonderful.
We will invest 82 billion into taxes into your into
very well.
Their offices there. Facilitators.
One moment. I'm still trying to get these launches set up. This game is... The military bases are so fucking hard to click on.
Well, gentlemen. Oh, I channeled some Texan right there. Uh-oh. Let me get back in. I think in the ways of Vietnam and the popularity, we know we definitely have a lot of American music over here. We should play some Fortunate Son. And
I don't think that's a good time for that right now. This is not the moment, sir.
No, we're going. We're in. Turkey's in.
In what?
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We'll charge in.
All right, you're gonna be in the war with us. Good. Coalition forces expansion. In that case, I suggest a Turkish and American offensive in the north through the northern Iranian mountains. Joint invasions after missile strikes upon launch facilities in Iran, as well as a naval invasion from Indian forces. We should be able to push after that.
Sounds good.
Spain would like to announce that it is in on the coalition as well.
Spain will be joining us. That is fantastic to hear. We're glad that there are NATO allies who will be supporting us after we've been so brutally attacked.
I believe most NATO members should be going to the Turkish border.
Yep, I'm gonna.
Turkey, I believe you should.
India would request help in the naval landings, in particular, perhaps some.
We're hitting most of the naval bases.
Guys,
if you can hit Chabahar, that would be.
We're still worried about a nuke going to Istanbul. I'll tell you that, but.
We'll provide you all the anti-air capacities we can. I will say, if the Iranians do make a nuclear strike, we need to make it very clear we'll respond in kind. We will not use nuclear weapons as long as necessary, as that act is reprehensible. But if there is nuclear launch upon coalition forces by Tehran, we will respond in kind with nuclear hits. After which, I'm sure we will incapacitate the nation of Iran to take action against us. In fact, let's make that very clear. Rumsfeld, Minister of Defense, can you go ahead and contact the Iranian forces and make it very clear to them we will not be using a first launch policy, but we do have a responsive one. If any coalition forces are hit with a nuclear strike, we will respond with one. Can you do that for me?
Also tell them if the French carrier group or anything should get hit with a nuclear bomb, France independently will also launch.
Where is Iran?
Very well. Also, out of RP, it will take an hour because we will get an edit at the halfway point to get this war to start, so we'll have to wait till the rehost.
Okay.
Again, is it
Oh,
Said?
Sorry?
Who's Iran?
Jacob.
It's Sayed Ali. Yeah, it's Sayed Ali. Speaking with the Iraqis right now. Suspicious.
Well, perhaps Saddam was involved then. All right, gentlemen, I think we have a plan then. Trini, what's your thoughts on all this? What do you think we go from here?
We gotta wait. I think in the meantime, if you have the CIA just conduct minor espionage operations to slow down any progress they have on their nuclear weapons. just halt them in the meantime before we can launch our operation, then I think we'll be successful.
Very well.
We already have assets on the ground in Tehran.
Wonderful,
Special
wonderful,
Agent
Director.
Johnson has been deployed.
Their air force is a joke. We will completely annihilate it. We have guaranteed air superiority as well as
We have more facilities being built there too, so we'll be able to bring more American aircraft. I mean, the Kuwaiti airfields are getting to be absolutely massive.
We're working to refurbish the Department of Military Intelligence. Hopefully that should be of use to you boys on the ground.
Maybe, if it's possible,
Mr. President, can I request a marine detachment, or perhaps even
Marine detachment. What do you want that for, Prime Minister?
To land in Iran, and also
we are.
perhaps
We
your
are.
Navy to help the Indian Navy.
We already have those prepared, if that's what you're referring to.
I believe if you're trying to land in Chabar, the French Navy can assist you there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. We need way more supply than we currently have.
We're currently building it.
Yeah. Okay. We also will need we will need naval invasion support by the ships.
We will have.
I'm bringing the Navy over for that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
also,
both of our.
Why is the airborne being very special right now? Why can I not assign them? It's assigned, but they're not.
Ukraine is joining the CSTO. Goddamn Russians.
What?
I gotta say, I'm getting increasingly worried about the Zuganov character. I thought he was all talk regarding the Soviet Union and return to communism, but it seems that he's getting many of these Eastern Bloc countries back. I don't want to see another goddamn Cold War. Not when we're dealing with terror across the world right now.
Mr. Bush, are we positive that Russia will not join in behalf of Iran?
I would hope not. I would hope they would not be supporting terror. If they would be cooperating with Iran, that means the Russians would be declaring war on the United States of America. That would be a very dangerous situation.
Oh, I'm very well aware of this, but in case they do, what is our plan?
They'd be defending, they'd be declaring war on us. And then I suppose we'd have to pick up the red phone, but barring that, well, gentlemen, I don't think we need to talk about that situation. Let's just hope for the best.
All right, I have many. Many. You can finish this. I have to go. Many countries have requested meetings, and
all right, I agree. We spent a lot of time here, gentlemen. I think we have a plan. We'll strike in around a year's time, maybe 2. Out of our P, we'll wait till the rehouse, so we'll do it then.
All right.
God damn this fucking cowboy, yeah. Oh.
Nice. Alrighty. Cool.
Alright, why does it not work?
Okay, we go back to Istanbul. Bye-bye.
Yep, we go also back to Paris.
Royal President, we'll speak soon.
Yep, thank you. And I'm glad that we took this decision.
I'm glad we do too.
Then may God be with us, Mr. President.
God be with you too, sir.
Thank you.
Prime Minister, I see you still here. I think we should probably have a little talk real quick.
Yes.
I'm really worried about this Middle Eastern situation. I know you've been dealing with these jihadis for quite some time over there in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Are there any intelligence to suggest Pakistan is going to protect or be involved in this situation?
That is what's worrying me, sir. Quite a bit.
I don't trust them. They are partially responsible for the attack on the towers.
Do you have intelligence on that, sir? For if you do, I would certainly feel that the lion's share of my armies will still need to be on the Pakistani border.
I think that would be a wise idea. We would not want to be hit in the rear while we engage in this. Hello there.
This is the newly elected president of Mexico. Am I welcome here?
Yeah, of course. You come here at a rough time. I'm sure you've heard all this. It's a pleasure to meet you, President Nieto. Am I saying that right?
Can you repeat?
No. I apologize. Saw his picture. President Rivera, well, welcome to our house. What can I do for you? Congratulations on your election.
Oh, just to explain. The president is Nieto. It's my name. The character is random from this party, so I had to just make up a character before.
I apologize about that.
The ported in game.
Well, what are you here for?
Thank you. Well, as the first act of my policy making, I believe it is time to further our NAFTA agreement, and thus there are several car manufacturers that are willing to transfer into Texas. As we speak right now, in fact, there are several prospectors crossing the border to try and find a place for such a business.
You wish to expand Mexican production in the United States? That's a mighty fun prospect. I'm just curious why you'd be doing that, given your economic situation in Mexico.
Well, the economic situation is improving. We have a large surplus of 7 billion, and the depression that we're facing under the incompetent rule of the PRI is now fixing. We are already at quite a stagnation, and the growth is increasing over time.
It's good to hear. That's mighty fun to hear, I gotta say.
I believe a good part of this is our NAFTA agreement between our two nations. It has provided many jobs for both Mexico and the United States. This has helped.
I agree. The NAFTA agreement, although it was made under my predecessor, a man who is deeply flawed as he was incompetent. As I said, he coasted through progress during his administration. But the NAFTA agreement, I think, was a good idea. What was that, Chady?
Was it Austria has requested apparently sent papers to join NATO, and just so you be prepared, you be prepared for that.
I understand the reluctance to be neutral given the current situation in Eastern Europe. I think that'd be agreeable, assuming that that is agreed upon by the member states.
Yes, of course. I just want to make you aware, and I don't want to interrupt your meeting for too long. I'll leave now.
No. Never, Chady. You know, I always appreciate your counsel.
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
My intention with this visit, Mr. President Bush, was to establish relations. Of course, I knew Mexico is a very important neighbor to the USA, so I believe it was appropriate to begin a visit as soon as possible to establish.
Of course, I gotta say, I know we're very focused on what'll be happening in the coming days. I just clicked the fucking. I launched the Victoria 3 because I clicked the wrong button. Give me a second. I have it on my taskbar. Give me a minute.
Certain applications on the White House desk, I see.
Yeah, sorry, there's a lot of papers on here. I could just put some more on my desk. Fuck, this may crash the game. Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
I need to remove it from my taskbar. Oh. Okay.
My new internet is running fine for once.
But I want to have a talk with you regarding the situation in Mexico. I spoke with your predecessor. We gave you the economic stimulus to hopefully stabilize your country a little bit. But I'd just like to know what is going on with those communist rebels in the south. What's the deal with that?
Your drone support has proved successful in slowing their advance. We were fearing about losing the city of Campeche, but now it is firmly in our hands thanks to American air support as well as logistical aid. We are overwhelming them over time. We are also mobilizing additionally 10,000 men to move south. This has been one of my first acts as well, which are coming in fact right now. I believe it may take some time, as this is a guerrilla warfare, but we shall be able to crush these terrorists, Mr. President. You have my word.
That's good to hear. Can we provide you with any more resources down there? I mean, as our southern border and as a close ally of the United States, given these trying times, terror is everywhere, and we will be declaring shortly our own war on terror. And as part of that, that act allows us to take action in Mexico. Should you ask for it, of course.
Oh, I appreciate that. There is something the Minister of Defense has commented on. There is a certain lack of small arms and infantry equipment for our armed forces due to the mobilization of new troops. So if we will be allowed to buy stock from your weapons manufacturer, it will be appreciated for our.
Obviously, we can't give you any cutting-edge technology. We won't get that in the cartel hands, but the older models, we could definitely work out a deal, assuming you could provide us assurances.
A1 rifles.
I think that could be agreed upon. You can speak with Rumsfeld or Cheney about that. They'll handle all that detail.
Oh, of course. Very well then. I shall leave you to your business, Mr. President. But thank you for
good speaking with you
today.
Good speaking with you.
Godspeed.
What the fuck's the goddamn Patriot Act? Did they remove it? I know, here it is. Okay. Do that as soon as we're done with this. Oh, we have a moment here. Goddamn.
Good day. I will have to travel back and speak to my parliament. So.
Of course, Prime Minister. I thank you for all your assistance Ine has given us in this time of need. Make no mistake, you have proven yourselves pinnacle above international nations, shockingly, to be our pinnacle supporter. And we will not forget that. I can assure you, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is most kind. Thank you. And once again, I must my deepest condolences on the attack on your people.
Of course.
It is a very, very unjust thing which has happened.
Well, we'll have to pray for the future, my friend. I know you don't share my faith, but I do hope you be praying for me and the American people.
Yes, I will. Good day.
Good day. Intelligence funding, and then we're going to start to go down the 2001 path. Maybe I can actually read a focus or two here if we don't get any more meetings. We'll see. Or the U.S., so that's what it is. The U.S. has just been attacked on its home soil by one of the largest cities it has under its control. The nation is shaken, but the resolve is quickly growing to respond to such acts of terror. So obviously, we're just going to assume this was Iran. I mean, that's pretty straightforward, and we will be taking action. When the rehost happens in 50 minutes, we're going to get an edit to declare war on Iran, and we're going to invade. So, much like the invasion of Iraq, we're going to have really no plan for the post-war era. So, we're going to go in hot, we're going to go in heavy, and then we're going to figure shit out after. Just like the U.S. tends to do. We've got a lot of support. Ironically, we don't have a lot of house support. That's surprising. Special measures, I think, are very warranted right now. Still running a surplus, too. Alrighty. And there it is. There we go. The cards have been dealt, and we have looked at the odds. To avenge our people and to preemptively stop future attacks, we must look to fight the source of all such demented peoples. The war on terror. Gonna be spicy. Dick 3 is getting dumber. How so? Yeah, we're doing war on terror. We're just gonna keep going down this. This is the important one. Let's see, what do we do? We'll do war on terror. We'll do power projection. We'll do religious freedoms or key limitations. We'll walk the line on that one. Then we'll be done with that. Even the Bush administration wouldn't put too many religious changes on things. Go interventionist as well. Vision defense bonus, damn. I took a short look for the focus tree. I haven't done too much in there though. Alright, is there anyone else we need to speak with right now? Probably. Let me think. Do the player map of the Middle East. Oman, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Afghanistan has reached out and expressed condolences, which is good. Syria, Jordan, we'd probably talk to. Secretary Rumsfeld, you still here?
Yes, I am.
Would you be willing to reach out to the Jordanians to see if we can get their support in this whole situation?
What kind of support?
Military, primarily, basing and things like that, and open the door for future economic cooperation with them too. If you want to make some deals with them, feel free with Lebanon, given that they've gone Western and gotten rid of Syria's influence on them, as well as Syria. Would you be willing to talk with those nations? I'm going to go speak with the Israelis.
I've just spoken with the Afghani administration.
Afghanis, director. What happened there?
Well, it appears that they've also gathered evidence that corroborates with ours that Al-Qaeda was behind the attacks on the towers.
That's what the intelligence briefing's been saying.
Al-Qaeda is being given safe haven by the Taliban up in the mountains of Afghanistan. And his government is working. They're trying to fight tooth and nail against them.
Is support we can give them? You speak to them about anything like that?
Well, they're fighting hard against the Taliban, but the problem is, Taliban's are using our weapons from 30 years ago. So
Yeah,
kind of
that's
outgunned.
true.
If we could perhaps give a more modern shipment to the government in charge of Afghanistan. Currently,
Director, you sure that's a good idea? Last time we've been sending weapons to the Middle East, we got ourselves in some real problems. I mean, if you think it's worth it, I'm not opposed to it, but you really think that's the best action here, best call?
well, let's think about it. Sir, first time Reagan was sending guns to two jihadists. Like, we knew it. We knew what they were back then. But you know, communism is worse.
Goddamn right.
Goddamn right. So these guys, you know, yeah, there might not be a whole lot of democracy going on out there, but you know, they don't believe in communism and they don't believe in terrorism. Those are two very good things.
You sure? It was oligarchs. Hey, that's fair. Very well, Director. If you think that's the right call, maybe ask Cheney about that though. I think he'd we want to speak with Cheney first, you know.
Oh yeah, indeed.
All right.
They've also given us evidence that the Taliban, Al Qaeda, are crossing freely across the border to Pakistan, unhindered by Pakistan border guards, or at least
Pakistanis are working with Al Qaeda.
Well, we do not have direct evidence of it, but it is very curious how the Taliban and the Al Qaedas are getting to and across that border with such ease. We know that the Afghani forces are stretched thin, but Pakistan should have no issue stopping these terrorists from entering their nation.
That's concerning.
And oftentimes they come back into Afghanistan with new weapons from Pakistan.
We got confirmed reports of that from Afghanistan. Then
I don't think it was eBay.
Maybe. That's one of them goddamn dot-com bubble companies, isn't it? I don't know. Well, very well, Director. I think we need to look into this then. Can you task some agents in the Pakistan base to go ahead and investigate this? If the Pakistanis are working with Iran, we're gonna have to discuss action.
Right now, all our intelligence efforts were all hands on deck with Iran, but
I understand.
As the funds keep funneling into Central Intelligence Agency, as we keep expanding our departments, soon we'll be able to gather a proper assessment of what the hell is really going on in Pakistan, sir.
All right, now I think this is a good idea. Let's go ahead and execute that then. Speak with Cheney first, though. Obviously.
I'll go find Mr. Cheney.
Very well. I believe there's an ambassador here from Belarus. What can I do for you?
Yes. This is the ambassador from Belarus. I'm speaking to President Bush.
Yeah, you call me up. What's this call about? Or am I speaking with Russia?
No, you're speaking directly with Belarus.
I understand that, but you represent Russia, or what's going on?
Mr. Bush.
Well, I'm in a phone call. God damn it! I got two phone lines on right now. What's going on, President?
Oh, sorry, sir. I was just gonna say, we see what happened on the East Coast, the major terrorist attacks. We'd like to apologize for those terrorist actions that happened on our nation's shores, and we just like to give our condolences to the first responders and as well as the people of your great nation.
That's a lot of fun. We thank you for that. You there, Prime Minister Kress. If you truly care, I advise you speak with Moscow and make them understand how important this is, and put pressure on that there Zhuganov. Can you do that for me?
Involvement in what? Iran or the?
No, they're protecting the Iranians. The USC mean. That's what I'm talking about. Goddamn Zhuganov vetoed our resolution. We could have handled this before we got hit.
Yeah, but we align with everyone. Russia, what Russia likes, Belarus likes. So we are very.
Very well. I won't keep your time. I'm just saying, if you truly care, go ahead and speak with that there Zhuganov. See if you can push that. Call me. All right.
Da.
Thank you very much. Well, Prime Minister, President, what's going on there?
Well, I was just talking with the Fifth International, which they're calling themselves, and I have information that came directly from the mouth from Mr. Nursultan Nazarbayev. They are directly supporting the terror attacks to your country. They said that outright.
How do you have those reports? Do you have explicit evidence?
Yes, I was speaking with the Russians, and Mr. Nazarbayev happened to be there, and I told the Russians that they are not interfering with against us, and I told them that Iran is responsible for those attacks on your country, and Mr. Nazarbayev just chimed in and said, if Iran is really capable, or if Iran really did this, then they support it with their full of heart.
Which leader said that? I apologize.
Mr. Nur Sultan Nazarbayev, out of I don't know which country that is, to be honest. I think it was Azerbaijan, but I don't believe it's Azerbaijan.
I have no fucking idea. Well, I think it's called, this seems to be spoken in the international community. I think the French Union put out a report, a post statement saying that this happened and demand Moscow respond about this, whether it represents the beliefs of their nation.
Oh, it was Peru. Peru said this. He's apparently playing Peru. Yeah.
It's a fucking Western Outlook government. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I know.
This is fail RP. We'll ignore that then. That just makes no sense. All right. Anyway.
Okay.
Anything else, President? What can anything else I do for you?
Oh no, he's not Peru. He switched nation. What the fuck his country is? I gotta ask him real quick, okay? Because it's kind of bothering me. I can't make this up here if I don't know which country he is. 1 second.
But we're doing post 9/11 security problem. The nation has weathered the shock of the attacks, but now a new question arises: how to deal with preventing such as in the future? Well, what was that? What was that?
It was Kazakhstan. That's how it does. The
Sorry,
player's playing Kazakhstan.
Which nation?
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. Goddamn Urals. I was out there.
Yep.
So you got evidence that the Communist Party of Kazakhstan is supporting this. They're not in the CSTO though. This is an independent nation.
Yes, but they are aligned with Russia pretty heavily. From what I've gathered.
I suggest you put out a statement about this then. Again, the U.S. I wasn't there. I can't put out a statement about this. This will happen to you. If you truly heard this, you need to make the international community know about this.
I will.
Can you do this for me? Yeah, wonderful.
I will, Mr. Bush.
Wonderful. We're looking on in around a year before we're gonna invade it. We're looking at around 2004. I hope the French are ready to for action here.
We are. We just increased our cruise missile production. Our army is also there. We will send 5 tank divisions that will thrust through Turkey into the city of Urma and Koy, and hopefully make the push towards Tabriz.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Alrighty.
All right. I will make the statement.
Trains. What the fuck? Very well. That's my fun. That'll work. You know, the fucking trains? That's why our supply lines aren't working. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? How are you not gonna deploy enough trains at the start?
I don't know. Well, we are building the trains, so it's
yeah. I'm doing it right now. The enemies are broad, and as such, we must do our best to reform the intelligence services in order to better understand our future foes. We're gonna go for power projection. Alrighty.
CIA should also do CIA things in Iran, especially near the water border between our bases and
we definitely need to do that. We already got spies in there, according to
yeah, but spies are not deployed where they should be. Spies should be deployed in where the naval invasion.
We need a spy in Tehran. All right, we need someone up there. We'll deal with the south when we can.
The south will be where majority of American forces will be.
That's true. That's true. I think we got very limited assets after this whole situation.
Why is there only one asset?
RIP, the game starts you with none. You have to build them up in the intelligence agency. It is what it is. To be fair, a lot of people just don't use the intelligence agency in Hawaii. Like, they just ignore it.
Yeah, but either way, it should be transferred to the south. Where's the CIA? I need to talk with
you. You go speak with the director about that.
What do you want?
Transfer the spy to the south. He is needed more there.
Is that what you would say, Mr. President?
I defer this to Cheney, if you don't mind. This is more his area expertise. I don't know about us. I give my father a call. I mean, he knows all about the CIA. But I don't know too much about this. I'm gonna be honest. We need to get a hold of Cheney. God damn it, where is he at?
Damn it! By the military standards, it should be on the south.
I understand, but again, where the fuck is he? God damn it!
He's speaking with some Egyptians and some, I think.
Egyptians.
Why don't you give him a phone call? Send him a quick text message.
Well, let's go to Chini. Doesn't matter. We can interrupt him.
I'm gonna put out a statement when we do this. U.S. Nope.
Oh.
Hello there.
This is John Howard, the Prime Minister of Australia.
Prime Minister Howard, yes, this is a good time. I received your letter, but you apologize and forgive me given recent circumstances if I didn't clarify some things with you. It's good to speak with you, though.
It's all right, mate. No worries about that. Did you have something you wanted to say, or can I just start?
Why don't you go ahead and start? We'll speak about some other things after that. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, hopefully, mate, you got my letter in the mail.
I did.
That's good.
I got it somewhere in his desk. Some goddamn paperwork, I swear. You know, they're trying to get me to use one of these goddamn computers. Goddamn computers. I know how to use a goddamn computer. They told me to put my files on it. But then again, can't find my goddamn letters. Yeah, but I did receive it. It's around here somewhere. Go on.
This is good. I was also, well, there is that. I haven't heard back from you. I understand you're a busy man, and I'm so sorry for your loss of all the innocent people who have died to the terrorist attack.
Of course, we're preparing to take action. I can assure you that. Regarding your letter, which is explicitly further cooperation, I believe, with the United States and a more heavy line with the French regarding their more aggressive activities, especially navally. I believe that's correct. You're wanting further cooperation and joint R&D facilities. Did I get that right, or am I missing anything?
Yes, mate. That is correct. I've already created 3 Thales research development centers along your coast, in the states of Washington, Oregon, and California. Potentially, if you're open to joint developments in the future, that'd be great. If not,
I think it'd be my fun. I would recommend though that you consider more Texas. It's my home state, the Lone Star. I'm sure you heard all about it. Best food in America. It's got a mighty fun people. That's where my ranch is. If you want to,
that's amazing.
Put some tech jobs in Austin, Houston, San Antonio, somewhere like that. I think that'd be a good idea.
You know what they say? Australia is the Texas of the British Texas.
I heard that. You dress similarly. You got a good sense of dress out there. I seen that there movie. What's that called? Crocodile Dundee. I seen that movie. It's a good goddamn movie.
Right now, let me tell you.
I got fun times. You know, I love to watch movies like that. Eat fried chicken. It's just a good night on the ranch. But yeah, if you want to work on Texas a little bit more, that'd be mighty fun. Now I do want to have a more serious conversation here though. I'm sure you heard the coalition forces are preparing a strike and an invasion on Iran. I'm sure you heard about that by now.
I have heard through the grapevine.
We would like to see if Australia would like to be involved in any capacity revolving that.
Well,
I know you're not a NATO member, but we're close security partners in the East.
Yes, I would actually be involved in that. Specifically, I host a large amount of Lebanon refugees from the Sidon city, where Hezbollah, who is also in the faction of Axis of Resistance, has been getting massive military aid and support, and even Iranian militia groups to attack both the democratic nations of Israel and Lebanon. I have helped Lebanon through the last years to get them back on their feet from their financial crisis and just everything that has been going on in this world. If we do end up going to war, I would like to send potentially volunteers or even units to help fight with Lebanon to kill Hezbollah, as they are in their faction and they are essentially a puppet of Iran.
I mean, mighty fun if you could assist with that, the destruction of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. I think that'd be a good idea. I've read the security briefings about this, and I think it's pretty clear they're nothing but a Iranian puppet state, so a terror against our allies in Israel. So if you'd like to do that, Prime Minister Howard, I think that'd be a mighty fun and a good way to show your support for the United States in this time.
President Bush.
Also,
just one moment. I'll speak with my allies. I'll pick up that phone in just a moment. If you're willing to do that, that'd be mighty fun.
Yes. Also, I have taken inspiration from the great nation of the United States and I've tried to become a beacon of democracy in Southeast Asia. I have created a military-industrial complex, and I can now invest military factories into nations. In Texas,
go to here.
Would you prefer to have an office sector or a military factory?
We'll take Australian corporations. I think there's nothing wrong with a bit of competition. We given the recent terror acts and the necessary acts our nation has implemented, we have a pretty strict policy on not outsourcing our military production. I'm sure you understand. You know, a close partner like yourself.
Yes, yeah, I was. Yes, that's fair.
I do appreciate it though. Anything else I can do for you, Mr. Howard? I got a phone line beeping here. I think it's a pretty important.
One more thing. This is quite urgent, actually. So there are two other main Western outlook nations in Southeast Asia, those being Taiwan and Thailand. They have spoken to me about asking for cooperation because of the Red Menace, China.
Of course.
And of course the Red Menace, the other Red Menace, unfortunately, future Soviet Union. They have said that they have spoken to you asking for support. However, they said that you have unfortunately been a cold shoulder and
We've been very busy. I don't know if they've been like wanting attention or something, but I can speak to Cheney about that. Last I spoke, I mean, we had that little incident with Taipei, Taiwan regarding.
Right.
They work with the French. I've been told it's a misunderstanding. I don't know too much about that.
So I've actually spoken to them about this, and I'm trying to be a mediator in this almost. They have unfortunately had to go to French support, and I'm not okay with that. In this,
I put it quite plainly to Cheney, and I hope you told him. If they want to go play with the French, we're going to pull out our forces and we're going to stop funding Taiwan. If they want to go work with some other power, I mean, we offered them protection since the end of World War II. If they want to spit in our face, by God, we're gonna pull the fuck out of there. I can assure you that.
Completely understandable, sir. If I'm able to tell them, if they stop all French support right now, will you?
And, they don't need to not work with the French. That's not what we're asking. But this goddamn power play the French keep pulling on us, acting like they're some modern power. It's disrespectful. The United States spit to the face of the American people who pay for the defense facilities we build in that country. That's American dollars.
I agree.
My constituents who I represent.
Liberated in the early centuries.
Hey, you want to speak about them? I'm sure you can settle me with Cheney. As I said, I am getting this call is beeping here. I gotta answer this.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours.
Yes, of course.
Hello there.
Mr. President, I was very sad to hear that you never responded to my open invitation for conversations between our two nations.
I come with important news, everybody. Iran has come to the negotiating table.
Cheney, we're not negotiating with these goddamn Iranians. I told you that. There will be no negotiations.
But they said they would be able to avoid war. And I think.
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone with the president of Russia right now. Zhuganov. You give me a goddamn minute, Cheney. I apologize. I don't mean to raise my tone with you. I do apologize, but just one moment. Anyway, sorry about that.
Now, many in my cabinet suggested this was because you did not wish to have any diplomatic conversations with us. I told them no, that would not be becoming of a United States president. They would, of course, always be willing to have negotiations and conversations with important countries from abroad. Was I correct in this assessment?
I have to say, I've been pretty disappointed with the actions of Russia recently. Your cooperation with this rogue terrorist state Iran, your vetoing of our reasonable resolution at the UN, and then I heard, I have no confirmation of this, so this is not an accusation, but your close partner Kazakhstan's president, Prime Minister, I don't know what they have over there, expressed support for the strike on the United States. All that to me, it sounded like we're dealing with a very hostile Russia, like we did several decades ago. Now, am I correct in that assessment? Or is this a Russia we can work with?
Now, you are very incorrect. I'm sorry to say about this assessment. First, regarding the information about Kazakhstan, I can tell you that this is blatantly not true. In fact, almost the opposite was said. Nobody expresses anything else other than our condolences to the attacks on September 11th, and or whatever the fuck, and that. Our heart goes out to the families affected. Additionally, our resolution that we vetoed We then proposed a counter resolution that we believed to be much more appropriate, that could have then justified your resolution. That was then vetoed by the French. We do not openly oppose any direct or all the actions by the West or by NATO or by the United States, but we wish to have dialogues about them before any actions are taken. We can be supportive
your so-called dialogues. We could have passed that resolution. We could have sent inspectors. We could have taken action. Action that could have stopped these attacks. It was your veto. It was your actions. No, it was your actions that facilitated this event.
Could you tell me then why when I proposed...
investigations. We showed satellite photos. We showed the photos of the Iranian facilities. We gave all the documentation that was asked for, and more. And it was vetoed. And what do we see as a result? A declaration of war by the Iranian state or the United States.
When we suggested that we send investigators to Iran, like you just said that we vetoed apparently. When we suggested that we send investigators, that it was your puppet in France that rejected and vetoed this option. Could you tell me how this says that we stand against it? When we make a proposition and it's vetoed by you?
It was a half measure, and you know that. That measure was nothing but wasting time and giving Iran more chance to make more heavy material and more nuclear devices. That time was time we could have spent taking decisive action. And what do we see? We see the results of it. I think it was a little... it was a shame that there was not more of a dialogue in that meeting, per se. But to just reject that proposal when it was so reasonable, that was dangerous. And now we've seen the results of it.
To be honest, Mr. President, I must say, no, Mr. President, I must say one thing. I must say one thing. I had high opinions of you when you were elected. I believed you to be a strong leader. But now I fear that it appears that most of your policy is driven by fear. You see the Russian people once again unifying out of something that you apparently so fear, and you're treating us with so much hostility, despite the fact that we have done no such thing to invite this hostility. It is quite surprising to see how the Western NATO nations are so fearful of the simple red flag.
You can make all the claims you want. You can make this about yourself. I know Russia likes to be in the spotlight. You certainly did in the Cold War. But this is a situation regarding an attack on the United States of America. This doesn't pertain to you. Now, I'm happy to have a dialogue with you. But if you want to start talking about the past and about the actions that were done by the East and the Russian lines, whatever the fuck you're calling yourself, CSTO, I don't know what it is anymore. Whatever it is. Those actions directly harmed the United States of America. And if anything, it was a weakness on the part of Russia. There's a time for dialogue and there's a time for action. Mr. Zuganov, and you show it as inaction. We do not fear
At this
our
time,
enemies,
it
but we
appears
will
that the
take
United
action. I can
States does
assure
not
you
wish
of
to
that.
cooperate on a diplomatic level, and
You
we
can
are not
take
going
that
to
and
sit here
walk
and be
away.
insulted. We'll take our leave. It's unfortunate that the United States
Very well.
is led by such a buffoon. Good day, gentlemen.
It's not knis pridorak.
Goddamn communists. Same as the Cold War.
Mr. Bush, let me say, the Iranians have said they're willing to accept almost any deal. If not any.
I could give a damn what the Iranians want. They've declared war on the United States. Cheney, we're already at war.
Very well then. Iran, it's no go.
My friend, okay. I will leave. My apologies.
Cheney, we can't be taking half measure here. I respect your opinion greatly, but why the fuck are we going to be working with Tehran right now after what they've done?
They are a terrorist regime.
Yes, but I feel like we could have gotten most of what we would have demanded without the war.
Well, we'd have to cooperate with that terrorist government is what we'd have to do. I'm not cooperating with the people who took these actions.
The CIA has informed me.
We made a mistake in 1979 by letting these goddamn nutjobs take over Iran.
Well, the CIA, you have told me that it was Al Qaeda who could have been responsible for this. Was I not wrong?
Trained and funded by the Iranians. Not
Really?
only the Iranians.
There you go.
Oh, you did not tell me that.
What I tell you?
Trained and funded by a coalition of hostile states across the
Well,
Middle East.
I wish it would have been more transparent. Well, you didn't tell me
you heard
that.
us about the Pakistanis potentially working with Al Qaeda?
Oh yes, I believe they're currently hidden in Pakistani mountains. I'm not.
I believe we actually have an ally in the government in Kabul. They've been fighting these Talibans for years.
Let's go to here. We're gonna need all the help we can get over there.
They will send. We could potentially send military arms if what they need.
Trini, I gotta say though, I'm not trying to disrespect you. You know, I have great respect for you. You've taken all the responsibilities of this office, and I appreciate that. But there's a time for this, and this is not the time for dialogue. It's not the time for cooperation. We can discuss with the new administration we build in Tehran.
Potentially, I guess that is a better solution. I apologize.
What's that there thing yeah.
Once the
Absolutely.
government is restored in Iran, perhaps we can negotiate. But as things stand, there has been no proper government in that state since 1979.
I will say, was there one thing? Lebanon, they request they have disagreements with the Hezbollah government, which are somewhat of a terrorist government themselves.
Iranian puppet state. Yep.
Yeah, they've said that they requested that they could potentially join declare war on Hezbollah alongside our invasion of Iran.
I mean, I spoke with the chairman of Prime Minister of Australia. Apparently, he'd be planning on supporting the Lebanese in that strike on Hezbollah. So
and also supported with units.
No, he said he wanted it only to be Lebanese units, but he did say he could slowly attempt to transition his country to support the one-state solution.
I said this before, Cheney. I've said it before. We're not explicitly supporting a one-state solution in Israel. We're supporting the Israeli government.
Yeah, the Israeli government wants the one-state solution, and if
it's a complicated issue. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Past presidents have tried to deal with it, and what's happened every single time? It's been a failure, and it's caused loss of power in their parties. We can't be doing that. Period.
Okay.
As I said, we'll keep it simple. We support Israel. Keep our hands the hell out of that situation. We got a bigger fish to fry here.
Very well. But is it okay for Lebanon to join alongside us in Hezbollah?
If you think that's a good idea, Cheney, I fully support it.
Oh yeah, they've shown to be Western aligned. They also have free and fair elections.
That's all I need to hear. I mean, we're supposed to be the goddamn global police. We're supposed to be protecting freedom, democracy. Goddamn, I'm missing my words here. So emotional.
I will say Hezbollah, they do create quite a bit of hardships for Israel in the northern border. So I feel like that would also
problem.
Goddamn right. The Golden Heights, they've been striking there for a while. I read that briefing.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I guess we're in agreement then.
Fully in agreement. Anything else to report, Cheney? You've been gone for quite a while.
No.
I haven't seen him quite a while. It's
been
a little quiet in my oval. What's been going on?
A lot of work, just going around with every nation, just seeing their opinions and everything.
Oh, of course. It's good to hear. All right,
here's Lebanon is here.
Apologies. Am I interrupting anything, gentlemen?
We're just actually discussing you. Cheney, you want to take lead on this? This is all you.
Well, Lebanon, I won't put words into your mouth, but I'll keep it simple. You request, you have interest in invading the Hezbollah regime, correct?
Yes, reclaiming Lebanese territories, correct.
Yes, of course, and you would work alongside, or the U.S. In the invasion of Iran, though you did request that it would just be Lebanese forces in that front, correct?
Yes, as we want to legitimize our military force in the nation, we feel that this has to be done by our military personnel.
Very well. Then we have no issue with it, as long as you can assure that you will win the front, of course.
Out of RP, I don't know if I can do that.
Just wait. I got. Oh my, we got reports coming in from Hong Kong right now. The Chinese have deployed troops in Hong Kong.
Another crisis.
God damn it.
Yes, this is the.
You might handle this, Cheney? I gotta pick up the phone and give a call to the chairman of China.
Yes, I'll handle
it. Whatever you say, I fully back. You have my full support. Anything you say is my word. You got that?
Yes, of course.
All right. Go find where the fuck China's at.
Of course.
So many VCs.
I'm required to call you
This is a call from the United States, or this is a call from the U.S.? Are you picking up?
Of course I'll pick up.
Chairman!
Hello, Mr. Bush.
What the hell's going on over there in Asia? We got a crisis. We've been declared a war upon by Iran. And what's this about you putting troops in Hong Kong?
That's they were not troops. They were military police that needed to deal with the ongoing riots that we have reported into Hong Kong. Of course, they were aggressively looting some of the business sectors, and we couldn't have that. I'm sure the
U.S.
US.
I can give you any reason you want here, but I want a definitive answer right now, Chairman. I have great respect for your predecessor in some ways. He was at times cooperative with the U.S. I don't know much about you though, and I gotta say the America's a little defensive right now. Are you gonna be pulling those troops back out of Hong Kong?
No, Mr. President, we will not.
You're gonna be keeping them there. You see how that might be seen as a problem for us.
Yes, but we will offer to help you against Iran if need be.
Well, I appreciate your support, but using that as a bargaining chip is a bit offensive to my country. In addition to that, that's not going to justify your actions there. Now, this isn't Taiwan. We don't have a red line drawn around on or anything. But you took Hong Kong back under your control from the British, under some pretenses, I think, wasn't it? I'm not too educated on this topic, but I believe weren't there some promises made to their government?
We promised that we would keep. We promised them that we would keep it a fair and free election. We also promised them that we will definitely keep the place not annexed and definitely keep it as a free state, which it is still a free state.
You got your military deployed there. Tell me how that is free.
They are the military police are just there to ensure that the rioters do not spread anarchy across the good people of Hong Kong.
So when the riots are done, you were going to pull your military out?
Yes, when the riots have ceased and the people have stopped recklessly looting the Hong Kong area and damaging it, we will pull out.
I assume then you will allow international observers in to ensure that the international community is aware when these riots stop, correct?
Yes, of course.
That's good to hear.
Of course.
Chairman, I know we haven't spoken extensively in the past. Chairman Xing Hong, I know you are the predecessor of Zemin.
Yes.
I gotta say, this is not the time for the United States and China to be butting heads. As I said, I'm not gonna draw any red lines here, but this will really complicate our relations if you pursue this path. And given our mutual, I think, distrust for what we're seeing in Russia, this is not the time for this.
Yes, like I said, the feeling of the distrust towards the Russians is mutual. We do not trust them. In fact, they have tried to make talks with us, and we have said we do not make deals with a Russian government that is ran by oligarchs.
Goddamn right. Zuganov, I don't know. Reports on him are a little shady. I do gotta say, I think he may be a believer, and that worries me, Chairman. You know, I understand your model in China. It's its own base. I can work with you. I think the United States can work with you a little bit. But this hardliner communism, these oligarchs are just supporting this here situation. But this man, he's a danger. I had a phone call with him a couple days back, and I gotta say, I don't care for his tone. I don't care for his hostile choice of words. He's a real danger to me. I think these oligarchs are propping him up, but a man like this, he could seize a lot of power if he's given the ability.
Yes, and we would also like to inform you that it seems Iran, we have reports that Iran has been buying, it seems, Russian equipment.
You have reports of that?
We have reports from our intelligentsia.
Would you mind doing me a favor to smooth this over? You give me the promise you'll pull troops out when these protests are over? I suppose I can agree to that, but I need a favor from you, Chairman. I'd like the Chinese to put out all evidence they've received about these weapons transfers from Russia, purchases to Iran. Can you put out a report about that for me?
Yes, we can do, and we also wish to come clean with you on something about Iran. During the 90s, Iran not under my regime, and this was under the beginning of Jiang Dezim's regime, but Iran did purchase Chinese aircraft in the 90s.
Oh, we're well aware of that. I can assure you.
And we would like to say that if in the event of a war against Iran, well, right now we will be sending you blueprints of the J9 if you wish to have them. These will help you in combating the J9's abilities, despite there being
You're welcome to send
obsolete.
them over. I don't know what some goddamn blueprint. I mean, I suppose it'd be useful. You know, I used to fly planes myself. You know, I was a pretty accomplished flyer, I have to say. I understand how that could be important to be able to facilitate strategy in relation to their schematics. I think that'd be a mighty fun idea. You know, I appreciate that.
Yes. Is there anything else you wish to talk about, Mr. President?
Nothing else. I do gotta say though, I hope you stand on your word here regarding this Hong Kong situation. If it pisses off our allies in NATO, I can assure you. Do we see an eye on this, Chairman?
Yes. See you around.
All right. Very well. Good speaking with you.
Yes.
Maybe for the first couple seconds, but it's the rules. You have to do the you have to do a battle plan. But anyways, George Bush, you're back. Bring any news.
I spoke with the chairman, and he has assured me that once the riots are over in Hong Kong, he'll be pulling out troops. In addition, he's gonna be doing us a little favor. I kind of negotiated a good deal with him. He's gonna be transferring us schematics on the J9, something like that, Chinese fighter that we may be encountering in Iran. And supposedly the Chinese have reports that Iran has been buying weapons from the Russians, and they'll be releasing that information to the global community. I think it was a pretty successful meeting.
Well, I think it just proves that Russia supports arming nuclear nations. It's just there's no other way to put it.
I agree with you on that. How are we looking in terms of strategic deployments in Iran?
Well, we have the Northern Front, which consists of a unified NATO forces, Spain, American, French, and Turkish forces. We have the Hezbollah Front, which will be conducted by Lebanese forces alone, but I believe Turkey may be diverting one division or two divisions just to ensure that that front does not collapse in just in case. But it will not affect the Northern Front at all. We then have we have two landing zones. We have landing zone Abadan, which will be near the city of Abadan, and we'll be conducting a naval invasion from the Kuwait naval base. And then we also have the Bushehr naval landing, which will be conducted from the Bahrain naval base. And I believe the Indians will also be landing in Chabahar, which will be assisted by the French Navy.
Sounds mighty fun to me. Sounds like all's in hand here, Trady. I appreciate you handling this. Any other news to report?
I cannot say it was myself. Our defense minister, our minister of security.
Rumsfeld. I know you've been with him a long time, Rumsfeld. I hope old Dick here isn't giving you too hard of a time.
It's fine.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I think we're all about ready then. 7 minutes. We're about to have the rehost, and we'll be able to go.
Very well. Regarding Iraq, what is our now opinion on them as we've kind of broke off relations?
I think we keep broken off. They want to take some goddamn territory out of this situation. I know Saddam's he's an egotistical man. He wants territory. He wants to expand Iraq. Is he want to form some sort of new Persia? Oh, something like that. I don't know what's up with him. I think he's a danger, and I think, Director, you need to take a look into what Saddam's been doing. Whether he supported this here Al Qaeda as well.
Yeah, I believe after we are done with the with our intelligence operations in Iran, we immediately go into Iraq.
You invade Iraq?
No, with our intelligence.
Yeah, of course. That's I agree. I mean, that'd be my fun idea.
The Chinese are here.
No,
I got a phone call. Hello there, Chairman.
We would like to report to you that a terrorist cell has risen up in Africa.
Terrorist cell?
Yes, the terrorist cells that affiliated with.
Oh shit's Nigeria. Oh my god, he's going fucking a caliphate, bro.
We would like to inform you that we see.
Rumsfeld, Cheney, we need to get volunteers over there to protect the Nigerians right now. We got a fucking caliphate up here.
China China will be offering aid in helping you preserve. If you are willing to co-work with Chinese troops in Nigeria, would be willing to help you deal with the issue.
Would be willing to cooperate out of RP. Let me go talk to Sniper and see what he wants here, because this is pretty extreme, and I want to know like what we can do and what we can't. Sniper, real quick, out of RP, Nigeria, the player just went the fucking caliphate. Like, what do you? Are you cool if it's going in? Because I mean, that's just fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I told him he can like. He was supposed to be against them, but I'm not sure if he changed up his idea. But yeah, it's literally a terrorist state.
I know. I just want to check. So cool. Thanks.
Do you not also, by the way,
Shady, we gotta go in on this caliphate too.
Really?
I think we need to. God damn it. We want to
don't
go
have much
Iran
forces
first.
to.
And we don't. If we're full in on this Iranian invasion, we need to draw backup plans for invasion of Nigeria if they're successful. And once we subdue.
We do have 2 spare units in the Okinawa Air Base or Okinawa base. We could.
We'll send those to volunteers to Nigeria and see if we can hold them back. Can you do that for me?
Very well. Yes. Rumso, can you make a post regarding this?
Post on intervention in the Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's the Muslim caliphate. It's extremely extreme.
Well,
Alright, so
we're trying to be doing this alongside us.
Yeah.
Chinese want to cooperate. I see no reason not to. Again, I'm wary of that government, but I tell you what, they're not fucking Russian Zuganov communists. That's for damn sure.
All right, here, tell me when you do it, Rumsfeld, and I'll send those 2.
Metropolitan Police have described the riots as the worst in current memory.
So out of RP, when we go in and do the invasion, just a reminder, we can't micro units, so it's just gonna be battle plans. Just a reminder, so everyone remembers.
Yeah, I told Andrew that.
If you see them clearly microing too, just let me know.
Mr. President?
Yeah, well, I'll pick up the phone. What's President Pasqua? What can I do for you?
Yes, I'm here to formally request from Mr. Bush access to the American GNSS access system, so we can launch actually our cruise missiles.
Oh, rehost problem.
We'll get them to you in a limited capacity. This will only be sustained throughout our joint war efforts, though. Agreeable?
That is agreeable.
And if we find you trying to do anything fishy with those systems, I can assure you we'll take that very hostilely. Yeah. You make sure you understand that. Not that I'm suggesting anything. I just want to make that clear. Those are very important American systems.
Of course. We are allies, Mr. President. I would never. France would never abuse this.
All right, well, I want to clarify on that.
That's good.
Wonderful.
But in order to support you to our fullest extent, we need this access. Because
of course, and as I said, we'll give access. Just don't do anything too froggy.
Is that a joke?
No, not at all. I apologize. Slip of the tongue.
Yeah. Froggy.
Rumsfeld, you got that? No, now as director, I apologize. Yeah.
Can
We
I
can
get
give
some
you
cheeseburger?
access to those systems.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
So he's got such a humor too. I'm glad. All these goddamn world leaders, they're so goddamn serious all the time. This man gets it.
I believe one thing though. I believe that we won't be able to send the volunteers if we're at war with Iran. We'll be too busy.
Out of RP, yeah. We'll just RP that we did it. We're gonna do it that way.
So any news on the Russian front? Do we know what they're doing?
I had a call from Zuganov. It was very hostile, trying to make all these accusations about the United States of America. He called you our puppet. I can tell you that. That was a little. I'm sure that little barb wouldn't fly too well in Paris. I'm a little concerned. I spoke the same to the chairman of China recently. I think, as I said, that these oligarchs who have the most of the power there right now, they're no concern. Bunch of corrupt bureaucrats, same we've seen there forever. The Zuganov fella, I think he's the real deal. That's a little worrying.
So are we dealing with Stalin incarnate?
I don't think it's a Stalin. He doesn't have the cojones for that, but he's certainly a dangerous man. He's a believer. There's goddamn Reds everywhere.
Damn. The French puppets to the Americans, that's laughable. That's a laughable
I
acquisition.
know. It's just hilarious. He's incapable of viewing the West outside his narrow view. I guess he sees everyone like what he wants to see Russia, Soviet Union, whatever the fuck he's making.
Damn.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you go ahead and start? Yeah, Sniper told me to have you start like the meeting for like the UNSC or what it was before the lobby gets open again.
Are we doing another one? Did someone call it?
I believe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Someone
Okay.
did.
Okay, cool.
China maybe.
You gotta follow Yuke's passive. Did anyone remember what the year was? Because I'm trying to look at to see who's going to chair this meeting. Was it 2004 or was it 2003?
It was 2004.
Thank you very much. In that case, just a heads up, 2003, the UN president will be Russia. And then the rotating members are Angola, Bulgaria, Cameroon, Chile, Guinea, Mexico, Pakistan, Spain, Syria. Yeah, those are rotating members. Russia's going to chair this meeting. He will be the UN president. And yeah, so if you are rotating a permanent member, raise your hand and I'll pull you on up here. So the other countries that are players, Pakistan. I think don't we have an Angola? I think we do. Spain, yep. No, we had an Nigeria. We don't have an Angola. Do we have a Mexico? So he'll get to come up here.
Oh, fuck, I'm dying, man. Oh.
Philippines are not a rotating member. Let's see who else. China, pull them up here. Matt, just a heads up, you are going to be you're the UN president for this UNSC meeting, so you'll be running it. You know how to do it, so just a heads up. Pull you up here. There we go. Let's see, who else are we missing? Is Mexico in here yet? Mexico and then Syria. They are also a rotating member. Pull him up here. Kingdom. Alright. Well, if Mexico comes in here, I'll pull him up on stage. But until then, do we have all the permanent members? I think we do. Just a reminder one more time. So apparently someone called this UNSC meeting. Russia will be chairing it. That means he sets the agenda. He calls upon speakers, etc. Yeah, Pakistan, good. You're up here. Yeah, I don't know if there's any resolutions on the table. I didn't see any, but you can. There is one actually. Trial of International Courts of Justice of Crimes Against. Yeah, so that was called. Is that official in China? Okay, so they're calling this. The meeting was primarily called in relation to the caliphate that has appeared in Nigeria, which has now declared a civil war. So I think that's the main thing. Iran is also probably going to be discussed. Mexico still not here. Nope. Okay, so we can probably go ahead and get going then. Whenever you're ready, Bishop.
Very well, we will begin this the second convening of the United Nations Security Council. I understand that we have many issues to discuss. One such issue being a issue regarding Nigeria, as well as a potential terrorist caliphate in the said land. However, I believe that there is a more pressing matter, so I will address primarily an Iranian situation. I would once again like to present the Japanese proposal for investigators to be sent to Iran to confirm the presence of nuclear weapons or nuclear fissile material within Iranian hands, so we may further understand how we can carry on with this situation. This is a proposal that we've already gone over. As you can see, that there are multiple points to it. Simply put, UN investigators will be sent to obtain photographs of potential nuclear power plants or nuclear weapons facilities within Iran. Iran will not be interfering with these investigators and will cease any nations will seek accusations until investigations are over. If we are able to generate hard proof of weapons, then a proposition of sanctions against Iran will take place. If Iran refuses these investigators, a verdict of guilty will be assumed. Do we have any nations who wish to make a comment on this proposal?
United States will. No one else will.
Very well.
We will not oppose this this resolution, of course, but I will make it very clear: the United States has already engaged in a war with Iran. When they struck our towers, they struck the United States, which is a declaration of war. We are preparing a responsive action, being already at war with Iran. Although we won't stop this resolution and will support it, I will say it may be a little difficult to ascertain these things with investigators, given there's going to be a full-on war zone. Any territories, obviously, that come under United States control in the individuality as this war progresses, are, of course, we will do everything we can to facilitate these investigations. But just want to clarify that. That's all I got to say.
To be clear, the Russian Federation does not recognize any evidence that suggests the Iranian government participated in the attacks on New York. I guess we should have if the United States wishes to push forward a motion for a legal intervention against Iran, they should do it here. Otherwise, it would be illegal. You have a proposal, Mr. Bush?
No, we have nothing else to say. As I said, we're already at war. This is not something we're going to bring up here.
The Russian Federation will propose a condemnation of hostile actions by the United States against Iran that would be unjustified. Does anybody have any opposition to this?
We'll definitely speak on that. I gotta say, Mr. Zuganov, you called me up recently, and I was the leader of Russia called me up, that is, and I gotta say I was hopeful we'd be able to discuss these issues, especially given that we have reports from the Chinese, the whole world knows now, that Iran has been buying weapons from Russia, which we have to frankly take some measure of support. We would like to formally request that Russia explain itself and why it's supporting the terror state of Iran, which is now currently at war with the United States. A condemnation after such hostile actions to support Al-Qaeda is laughable. But this is a much serious issue. We'd like to hear from Russia why it is they're supporting the enemies of the United States who have struck us directly.
The Russian Federation would ask the delegates from the United States to specify what support we have offered Iran.
We're specifically speaking about the weapons sales specified by the Chinese government. They released an intelligence report about that early in the last couple of weeks that details numerous weapons sales across the board to the Iranian government, which has continued after the declaration of war on the United States. That's what we're referring to.
We reject these as complete falsehoods. This has not occurred.
That's
Can
disappointing.
you provide it? Oh, sorry, apologies, delegate.
Oh, no, go ahead.
United States, it does seem that you have, it seems all the evidence you have against Iran is purely circumstantial. You don't seem to have really real evidence that the bombings were conducted by the Iranian government. You don't seem to really have any evidence that the arms deals with Russia have been conducted. And even if they were, that does not mean you get to invade another country. It seems that you're just grasping at straws looking for any reason to be able to strike the Iranian government. I appreciate you have a lot of key differences with the Iranian regime, but that does not mean you just get to march your troops around in like your sandbox. It's the international world community, and we can't allow you just to invade random nations whenever you see fit. Even if they are responsible for any of the crimes you were accusing them of, just going gung-ho in and invading another nation, especially if they do have this loaded weapons and equipment you claim they do, it's such a foolish action and will only lead to a further escalation of warfare. I urge the United States and Iran, for that matter, to let cooler heads prevail in this situation and resolve more to peaceful negotiations rather than going straight for the nuclear option.
I'd just like to respond to that very briefly. I find it quite hilarious as the Pakistanis bringing up this issue. Make no mistake, we do have intelligence reports that suggest that Pakistan was in support of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda's actions in striking the United States of America. Until we have that intelligence reports confirmed, we will take no action against Pakistan. But at this time, there is an investigation ongoing with our intelligence services into the extent and who exactly was involved in Pakistani support of Al-Qaeda. Make no mistake about that. So I have to say, just to clarify, we've seen what you've been doing, and we're fully investigating that. I can promise you. And to call out our actions here, I think speaks miles about this in support of Iran.
We sent military units to support the Northern Alliance. I think it's laughable. I think it's laughable how we would fund the Taliban. Then
Gentlemen, order in the council. Order in the council. Moving forward, if you wish to speak, you will be addressed by the speaker, which is myself, Igor Ivanov. Now, I understand that the Philippines wish to speak. You are recognized.
Thank you. First off, gas. Bush, those are some wild accusations you're making. Okay, do you have any proof that Pakistan's doing this? And B, MacArthur would be very disappointed. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good.
Gentlemen,
Does anybody else have a request to speak?
The Mexican delegation wishes to speak.
We will recognize the delegation from Mexico.
Thank you. We wish to ask to the American delegation to show the proof of the Iranian intervention in the attack, due to, in particular, the possibility of of an invocation of Article 6 of the Hemispheric Defense Treaty, which Mexico should be obliged to take part in. American delegation?
We'd like to respond, if that'd be all right.
We'd also like to respond to the American allegations.
One moment, please. One moment. America, you may respond.
Well, this is more a private conversation we'll need to have. President Nieto, I've reached out to your government about this already, and we have explicit evidence we can show you, but we will not be putting that out publicly. The evidence we've already shown, suggesting obviously the actions of Iran in pertaining to testing and facilitating nuclear devices. We've already shown it to the international community. We showed the satellite photos. It's conclusive evidence. You can talk about fabrication, but regardless, it is conclusive. In regards to the attacks on 9/11, Al-Qaeda, that is currently as part of a broader drive by the United States to shore up our intelligence services, not something we'll be sharing internationally, but I'm happy behind closed doors to show that to you. And once this war has been won, we will show the whole international community what we have in regards to that. We also would like to.
I must stop you now. This was only a response to the Mexican statements. We recognize the delegates from China.
Yes. It turns out the information report, as I have conducted the Chinese internal security matters, it appears that we will have to formally state that the report of arms deals has seemed to be coming from the 90s or the Yeltsin era. We would like to formally apologize and say that unless we do not know of any concrete evidence of Russia's purchasing of arms deals as of the year 2000, but we know that Russia has supplied or given sales to Iran of weapons in the 90s under Yeltsin's regime.
Thank you, delegate from China. The council recognizes the delegates from Pakistan.
I think it's laughable the United States now points fingers at any nation that dare oppose or even has any questions about his intervention in Iran. Like, what now? Are the Philippines part of this international conspiracy to attack the United States because they dare offer evidence? I mean, it's laughable. I mean, we sent military units in support of Northern Alliance, and he claims that we are backing the Taliban. We sent loans to many other nations that are fighting terrorist groups. And so the fact that they have the nerve in the UN chamber, to accuse us of supporting terrorists and supporting Iran and defending all these other Islamic groups is a laughable statement. And frankly, it shows to the lack of information or and childishness of the US delegation to be acting in such a manner. Thank you.
I have the Chinese delegation's request to speak regarding the Pakistani statement. You have the floor.
The Chinese will be formally will be talking to Pakistan about the allegations of this outrageous link to the Taliban. China has entered since the 90s a strategic mutual partnership with Pakistan. We will take this supposed link to Taliban seriously, and rest assured Pakistan will be proven innocent of all charges of their alleged links to Al-Qaeda and to the Taliban. China will honor and uphold the 1990s Mutual Security Agreement we will make sure that Pakistan is proven innocent of all charges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Moving forward, we will recognize one more speaker for a statement from the British government, and then we will begin tabling motions. A speaker from United
Yeah.
Kingdom, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, speaker from Russia. Our main concern here is that this whole conversation seems to be going around in declarative circles rather than solving the actual issue at hand. If nations such as the U.S. and France, who've previously levied concerns about Iran's nuclear program, are so concerned, I find it interesting that they are also vetoing legislation that would have caused a immediate investigation into the allegations. I don't see it as inherently problematic that we investigate before we do things. I don't know. I just to make a comparative statement, I tend to like to look and know what's in my food before I eat it. So before we are to invade another sovereign nation or go forward with such possible ideas of such, I would like to at least have concrete proof of such evidence existing. Thank you.
Moving forward, we are now in the phase where we will be proposing motions and then discussing them and then voting on them. At this time, the Russian Federation is officially proposing a motion to condemn any hostile action against Iran on behalf of the United States as being illegal and unjust. This motion has no further addendums to it. Does any nation have any comments about this motion?
I would like to add on to that motion sanctions against the United States if they do not withdraw their forces.
The Russian Federation would not like to add these as of yet. This is simply a precursor. Hostile actions have not yet begun on behalf of the United States against Iran, and they do not share a common border. But if hostile actions were to occur, then sanctions will take into effect. Do you agree with this, Pakistan?
I think the fact that they share common do not share common border is irrelevant. I think we all know the United States is capable of striking anywhere on Earth so chooses to. They have a very capable military.
They're not able to withdraw their forces from a border that does not exist.
Is this the time to discuss Americans' power projection? Are we going to do a vote, or are you speaking about something pertaining to this?
We're still specifying the details of the proposal. I'm proposing a condemnation as well as sanctions, a discussion of sanctions if actions were to occur. Do you agree, Pakistan?
We shall agree to that motion.
Very well. Do we have any more comments about this, or can we go to a vote now? All right, no more comments. We'll go to a vote, starting with Syria, yea or nay, or abstain. Could somebody perhaps check if the speaker from Syria's microphone is plugged in, or perhaps his translator is not is fallen asleep? We cannot hear you. Syria, perhaps you could send a written message to me with your vote, and we will come back to you. Philippines, vote.
Yay.
President of Mexico, your vote.
Abstain.
Mexico abstains. Spain, your vote.
Nay.
Prime Minister Tony Blair, your vote.
Abstain.
France, your vote.
Veto.
The motion has been vetoed. For the record, I would like to collect the other votes. China, your vote.
China abstains.
Russian Federation votes yes. Pakistan, your vote.
Votes yes.
And United States, your vote.
We would, of course, veto.
Okay, the motion has been vetoed twice over. It will not pass. Do we have any other motions for the council?
The United States has one.
Go ahead.
We would like to formally propose a condemnation of the Russian Federation for the selling of arms to Iran, a state which has taken direct action against the United States and is now at war with them. After declaration of war, they've continued to trade arms. This intelligence backed up, of course, by the chairman of China. We'd like to put this motion on the floor for voting.
The delegate from the United States wishes to specify condemnation or sanction of military arms.
Simple condemnation.
The United States wishes to condemn any sale of military arms to Iran.
We would like to condemn the Russian Federation for their sale of arms to Iran.
condemned the Russian Federation for sales of arms in the 90s to Iran. The delegate from Syria.
Mr. Speaker, you may want to reject this yourself. That's fine, but you still have to.
Could you please allow the council to vote? I am the president of this council at this time. When you are, you may conduct it as you wish. The delegate from Syria has sent me his vote of nay. Can I get the vote from the Philippines?
Abstain.
Philippines abstain. Mexico, can you vote?
Nay.
Mexico votes nay. Spain, your vote?
Yay.
Spain votes yes. United Kingdom, your vote?
Yeah, the United Kingdom vetoes.
United Kingdom is vetoed. For the record, we will continue. France, your vote?
In favor.
China, your vote?
Abstain.
Russia votes nay. Pakistan, your vote?
Pakistan votes nay.
United States, your vote?
I vote in favor.
Very well. The motion has been vetoed. Add a character real quick. I think bug lobby. I can't connect.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll re-realize that. I'll talk to Anchor.
All right. For everybody that's listening, Rios is gonna go up. I took a little bit long to fucking join it. That's on me. But as soon as that ID goes up, we'll announce it real quick, and then everybody get in as fast as possible so we can get back in the game. Motion has been vetoed. Do we have any other motions for the council?
The situation in Nigeria.
Yes, I believe the Chinese wish to speak about the situation in Nigeria. That is the reason that we have convened.
Yes.
China, do you have any comments about this?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Yes, I wish to speak about the appalling tragedy that is the Nigerian. Is everyone in the United Nations willing to allow this insane leadership in Nigeria, who, like when the Iran had the Islamic Revolution, of course that was more peaceful. This one, however, is violent. Our embassy in Nigeria was attacked by armed Islamic fighters. I wish to push forward a motion that we intervene. We need to save the democratic people of Nigeria from what can be described as crimes against humanity, crimes against the people. The Islamic Caliphate that has risen up is publicly executing people who are against their faith. They're killing Christians. Are we to allow West Africa to devolve into another Liberia situation where warlords and criminals are allowed to do crimes against the Geneva Convention? I rest my case. China will be fully intervening, and we will be sending troops to help what's left of the civilian government.
Thank you, delegate from China. Add a character real quick. ID is up for the lobby. Make sure you guys join now so we can get in quick. We'll open the floor for discussions about this resolution. China is formally suggesting that we draft a resolution about intervention into Nigeria to end the conflict within itself. Speaker from the Philippines, you have the floor.
Hi. We would like to just mention real quick, we completely stand with China on this motion, and that we call upon every single member of the United Nations listening now. The threat of terrorism around the globe, with proof, should be stopped. Any threat to global security and international peace should be dealt with when there is proof. We will proceed to keep sending aid to the legitimate Nigerian government, and will keep sending peacekeepers to Africa like we did in Ethiopia and many more. We will be there. We may not be a United Nations permanent member, but we will always stand for freedom and for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. We will recognize the speaker from Pakistan.
Thank you. I would first like to invite after we speak the speaker, the representative, whatever is left of the Nigerian government on stage, should plead their case in person. I don't believe they need the pleas and gushes of other nations to be able to make their case, but they should be able to make their own. Second of all, under the same principle that we we are suspicious of the United States operations in Iran. We would also ask the Chinese to provide to temper their blades and not to commit to a full ground war in the region of Africa, as that may further destabilize the region. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We recognize the speaker from the United Kingdom. Once again, the United Kingdom has requested to speak. We recognize you to speak now.
We would just like to build upon the legislation proposed, and not only we would like to propose formal legislation to send UN peacekeeping forces into Nigeria, and given our precedent in the Sierra Leone civil war, we would be willing to lead the charge on this operation.
To be clear, are we talking about the Nigerian situation or the Sierra Leone situation, or all conflicts
No,
in
I'm
Africa?
saying as was what happened in Sierra Leone several years ago. We would like to lead a blue helmet situation in Nigeria.
Done. I see. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak about, make any comments about the situation in Nigeria? After we're done with discussions, we'll move on to drafting a formal resolution and then voting on such.
The United States would.
The Mexican. Sorry.
Okay, we'll start with the United States and then move to Mexico.
United
You have
States
the floor, Speaker.
underlines the danger we are seeing internationally of organized terror. The United States has been hit directly. We have been declared war upon by terror organizations and those who support them directly, such as Iran. We now see the same thing happening in Nigeria. There we see a Muslim caliphate fighting against the legitimate Nigerian government. The United States will give all aid, military, economic, and otherwise, required to ensure that the legitimate Nigerian government is able to stabilize in the region. Now, we are already held up very, very heavily with our war with Iran, but we will provide military resources needed to ensure this is happening. This is clear to the whole international world and the international community that we need to band together with our intelligence and security organizations to ensure that terror is found, fought, and defeated. And the United States wishes to help any way we can. That's all.
We recognize the speaker from Mexico.
We wish to add through the Chinese proposal by expressing our opinion that we need to, after we defeat the terrorist organization, to send the United Nations teams to secure that democracy is maintained and defended in Nigeria in the after-war nation. That is all we have to propose.
If I say something real quick as well.
Right now, the floor is for the Chinese delegation. They're online right now. China, you have the floor.
We wish to also bring up the man behind this caliph, and we wish to bring him up on charges of raising child soldiers. We wish to bring him up and ask that if he is captured, we wish to bring him to The Hague to face charges against the Geneva Convention. China wishes to take this seriously, and we wish to hope that the appropriate powers that be who control the Court of International Crime and the Court of people who break the Geneva Convention, once he is captured, are summoned so we can put him, in quotation, on trial.
Very
That is
well.
all.
We will recognize the French delegation to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with this proposal, but our concern lies in after the terror organization is defeated about Chinese influence in the region. France doesn't want to see any Chinese influence or perhaps major happenings there with Chinese soldiers and Chinese influence there in Nigeria, and as such we would like to propose that after the terrorist group is defeated, that China will withdraw its soldiers there, and that all nations help to rebuild the democracy in Nigeria. That is all.
Quick note, if that's all right.
Very well. You may speak.
Just a quick passage for everyone. No man is entitled to the blessings of freedom unless he is vigilant in its preservation. Thank you very much. That's all. Douglas MacArthur.
Okay, out of character real quick. If you're in the game, pick your country, ready up. I'm sure as soon as everybody's ready up, the GC and host will start the game. This concludes the discussion phase. Now we will begin the drafting phase of our resolution to begin. First of all, let's take a vote on whether or not we should have a resolution pertaining to specifically a United Nations intervention into Nigeria. We will specify the details or work out the specifications after we have voted in favor or not. Syria, your vote. Once again, this is a vote for whether or not the United Nations Security Council will begin an intervention into Nigeria. Syria votes yes. Philippines, your vote.
We vote firmly yes.
Mexico, your vote.
Yes.
Spain, your vote.
Strongly in favor.
United Kingdom, your vote.
Yes.
France, your vote.
In favor.
China, your vote.
Favor.
Russia votes in favor. Pakistan, your vote.
Pakistan abstains.
And the United States, your vote.
We vote yes.
Very well. Motion passes with all, with many, only one abstain. All us voting yes. Now to specify the specifications of this intervention really quickly, I recommend that we host or elect a leader of intervention into Nigeria, as well as we need to coordinate with the Nigerians on what they will allow and what they will accept. But first and foremost, we should elect the participating parties that will be sending UN troops, as well as overseeing the operations. Do we have any nominees?
Can the UK nominate itself?
The United Kingdom has nominated itself.
I also volunteer, if that's okay.
The Philippines volunteers. This is for the leader of the intervention, pretty much the president of the intervention.
We'd like to nominate Spain.
Calls. Spain has been nominated by the United States. Do we have any nominees? We have the Philippines, United Kingdom, and Spain as nominees.
China wishes to nominate itself.
China has nominated itself.
Spain wishes to nominate itself.
You've already been nominated. It's not a vote yet. Alright, we have 4 nominees. Do we have any other nominees? Okay. So we have Spain, China, the Philippines, and the United Kingdom. We'll begin the votes. Firstly, Russia votes in favor of the United Kingdom. Syria, you vote. Syria has voted United Kingdom. Philippines, your vote.
We will vote for the United Kingdom.
This is 3 for the United Kingdom. Mexico, your vote.
We will vote for a Spanish lead of the operation.
This is 1 for Spain. Spain, your vote.
We would like to vote for ourselves.
This is 2 for Spain. United Kingdom, your vote.
We vote for ourselves.
4 for United Kingdom. France, your vote.
We vote for Spain.
3 for Spain. China, your vote.
We will vote for the United Kingdom.
5 for the United Kingdom. Pakistan, your vote. Pakistan, your vote. Going once for Pakistan, twice.
We will vote for the United Kingdom.
6 for the United Kingdom. United States, your vote.
You skipped yourself there.
I voted at the beginning.
Oh, okay. We will vote for Spain.
Very well. This is 6-4. United Kingdom has won the nomination as being the president or the chair of the intervention to Nigeria. The United Kingdom will begin operations coinciding to all articles within United Nations Security Council purview, and will begin drafting resolution and strategic planning with the Nigerian government on what will happen in Nigeria. Any major decisions made by the United Kingdom must be presented to the United Nations Security Council, at least briefly. However, they have full autonomy moving forward. Do we have anybody who has any comments, questions, or concerns about this? Very well. Do we have any other resolutions for the United Nations Security Council?
Yes.
It must be brief. What do you have?
We would like to discuss the possibility of Spain being granted authorization for direct military intervention into the Basque County following terrorist attacks.
Seeing as this is a domestic dispute, as well as not regarding any other recognized nation in the United Nations, this is not something that we would have any authority over. So therefore not something that would be necessary to be discussed in the United Nations Security Council. Any other propositions or discussions or comments about this?
Yeah, something really brief, Francis.
Yes. Go ahead, Franz.
The condemnation of Kazakhstan in supporting the terror attacks on America.
At this time, Russia will veto. Our reason being is that Kazakhstan never made such claims or such statements. Do we wish to conduct a official vote about that regardless, or do we wish to move on?
Move on.
Okay. Any other propositions? Going once, going twice.
The Mexican delegation wishes to propose a proposition.
Make it brief, please.
We wish to propose a condemnation of the action of the so-called Maya Independence Army in the Yucatan, a terrorist organization responsible for deaths and terrorist acts in both Asia and America.
This is going to be a long talk, probably. I'd like to move on very quickly, as we all have much business to address. Very quickly, does anybody oppose condemning this terrorist or potential terrorist organization, or recognizing it as a terrorist organization?
I second it.
Does anybody oppose it? Do we have any opposition to recognizing this group that Mexico has specified in the Yucatan as a terrorist organization?
France vetoes.
Okay, it's been vetoed. At this time, the United Nations Security Council will be closing its chambers, and this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your participation.
Good
All
day,
right,
Mr.
gentlemen.
President.
God, can it slow down?
Operation No Iran is a go. We have landed on the shores.
We have made level landing.
Gentlemen, we have landed.
It appears our paratrooper, the 101st Airborne Division, didn't have as much success, but we're still
Doing
progressing.
God's
regardless.
work down there.
All right, our first port has been captured.
Yeah, we got a port. Again, make sure it's no micro. Again, make sure it is.
Yeah.
I'm airing an infiltration of the Iranian army as we speak.
Beautiful. Gentlemen, we have
Although it
landed.
may
We need to
not be
start
necessary.
pushing deeper in Iran. We got to secure these ports.
Can we have it slow down to 2? Why 3?
No, we don't go on 2 for wars.
Why?
Because it slows the game down, so it's unplayable.
Yeah, there's other
This is
people.
a Mexican delegation
the
from
game
embassy.
breaks at 2
As
speed.
the White House invoked Article 6 of the Hemispheric Defense Treaty.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that. We got declared war upon, so absolutely.
Very well. Mexico shall honor its treaty then.
You're
We shall
welcome.
provide logistical and economic support to the United States.
Wonderful. Glad to hear that. We have made landfall. So is India in southern Iran.
Yep.
Now,
Go.
they have
Go.
a sizable force fighting against us here.
Yeah, we haven't been the most successful in the northern front, but our southern front has been more than successful.
Yep, the northern front is.
We would like. China wishes to
Can you
warn
call
that
Spain into
the
the war?
leadership of Iran is planning to do something.
What is your intelligence suggesting here?
I'm suggesting that they may have. I'm suggesting that they may be trying. You may have to rush to Iran if you want to stop them developing something. They might be developing a WND.
We're going to Iran right now. Hopefully.
We got
If you can stop
forces
them,
behind enemy lines. Push all the way up. God damn it.
If you can stop them from building it, you may be able to stop them. Well, you know.
I can't micro this. I mean, they're right next to fucking Tehran. God damn it.
They're not going.
They're not.
Oh, there they are.
Crazy.
There they
Are
go.
they having
Yep.
all the troops on the Turkish border?
They got a lot of them there. All right, what if we got special forces in Tehran? They secure the governmental buildings there. We're securing the capital as we speak.
Hey, don't CP rush.
I'm not. It's the
Yeah,
AI.
we're not.
I can promise
It's
you.
AI.
You can watch the stream
Is it
later
the
if you'd
AI?
like. Yep.
Okay.
I put them on.
Yeah, it is
I
AI.
put them on what's it called? Flexible cohesion and aggressive movements. So that's
Alright.
them.
Just
like I
making
said.
sure.
Yeah. No. I know. I was shocked by that too. But
Maybe have
George
direct
W. Bush.
streaming to the situation in the front line.
yes, we can go. Actually, can someone else do it? I'm fucking already streaming.
What do
America. Can
Yes.
I buy 1,500 M4s?
Is this really the goddamn time we're undergoing a goddamn invasion of Iran? What do you need him for us for?
50 cast on.
We've secured the southern periphery.
I would say our transport planes are doing God's work in giving them
Goddamn right,
resources.
the supply drops. See what our ass here.
God bless the U.S.
We would like.
Oh, we need military access from.
I know. I'm trying to secure that right now.
Of course.
We're granting it.
There we go.
Did I accept?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we accepted.
Do not have.
Oh wow, you absolutely destroyed him. Holy shit.
Oh, we need to establish a military base in India.
Yeah, we do. Let's go ahead and get that treaty written up.
It's fine.
Well, let me do it.
I can just redraw the missions. Yeah.
Would it be possible the U.S. send some equipment to Lebanon?
Yes,
Where?
I'm sending guns. What do you need?
CC equipment, maybe a very cheap old main battle tank if you have any available, and some
I can
APCs.
send you main battle tank to Lebanon.
Help you with some guns.
Thank you.
Have 200 old Israeli tanks.
Lebanon, I can send you volunteers if you want.
Just because out of RP, just because I made it sound that no external person's gonna get involved in the conflict apart from.
Well, I technically am involved in the conflict in Iran.
Yeah, I already have Australian troops there. It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those missile strikes were successful. We blew out some of their ballistic missile silos. I think already we have some pretty conclusive evidence here of nuclear activity. These are launch silos for ballistic missiles.
Have you found a
We see right here perfectly. There's a nuclear reactor.
Out of RP, really quick, out of RP, if we get to where the Iraq heavy water facility was, we'd have definitive proof. So,
yes,
yep.
We
already see.
We had proof when from the satellite.
India, yeah, India. No, I know you control some territory. Do you see any nuclear reactors? We see one and it's fun.
Let me see. How would I know out of
no,
Just
no, we
like-
do not.
If it's
we don't see any yet.
nuclear.
Well, it appears
Yeah,
they
we don't see any
concentrated
yet.
there.
Can someone screenshot it, by the way?
Yes, screenshot.
We have a silo. We have a silo here, though. So
Yeah,
we,
there's a lot
it's
of
okay.
long
There's
silos.
Belarusian troops there. What? And Iraqis.
They announced. They announced.
So,
support there.
do you want me to DM this or?
Yes, they have a missile silo. Our Marines have found a missile silo. The Indian Marines.
Yeah.
Republican Marines have hit.
I do see that. Yeah, there is a nuclear reactor here. EPWR
We knew
reactor on Isfahan.
Yep, I have said it to the international community.
Beautiful.
Can you blow it up after?
No,
Yeah,
we're gonna keep access.
we-
There's
yeah.
also hold on. We found another one down in the south in Shiraz.
It is fine.
Also, let me hold on. Let me go talk to the GC real quick.
We just changed the government.
And he said, absolutely, that's fine.
How do you want us to do this for the peace treaty? Is there something specific you want us to do or not do?
I prefer if Iran was mostly left intact. You know, if you want to get like let the Kurdish people be free, I don't mind that. But like,
I was planning on changing government, and there's a demilitarization button, so I was planning to do that as well for like the Coastal Region expansion.
That's fine.
Cool.
I mean, if you want to take resources from them too, that's also fine.
Yeah, we'd probably take some more reparations to them.
Yeah, go ahead. Just as long as you don't like cripple them like extremely.
I'll take one of their smaller areas. We'll do that.
Sounds good. Also, make sure you give Hezbollah to Lebanon.
They're not in this treaty. They'll be done separately.
Yeah, they are. I can see them.
No, it's just Iran.
Oh, I see you. Yeah.
Is America taking full major responsibility for defamation?
We're gonna be switching that government, and we're gonna be overseeing a transitional government there into a democracy. We're gonna be demilitarizing the Persian Gulf region, and we will be ensuring that we take care of those oil resources that they have in the southern regions.
What about Kurdistan though? Or
We're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that by itself.
There will be no transferring of territories, even though Saddam demanded it. We of course would not.
Well, we don't acknowledge his claims in that region.
Yes, of course. French, can you press done or?
Yeah, sure.
And then where would it be? Liberate resources. We'll take that oil too.
Yeah.
Look at my progress. It's being robbed in front of my eyes.
I'm not surprised.
That was easy.
That was easy.
It is all being robbed. I'm looking at the peace conference. I'm looking at all of the American flags and I'm spitting on all of them.
India, press done.
Done.
Yes.
Confirm and exit. Confirm and exit. Is it? It is.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
It's a little bit confusing.
Turkey as well.
It's gonna be really funny if I.
Oh, what?
Let's go, guys! I still exist. Woo! I still exist. Let's go.
We need state transfer. We need a state transfer.
Guys, you guys
I'd
forgot
rather win
about
that.
how the new system works. Like, it's really annoying because every thing you quote unquote liberate is its own state. You can't just puppet one thing and liberate the other.
We didn't puppet anything though. We only liberated those.
I
That's
know,
really weird.
I know, but liberating and changing government and so on, it all makes a different thing, which is extremely annoying, by the way.
All right,
but,
RP wise, this government doesn't exist though. It's Iran, so I don't know what we want to do about this. I mean, like, we'll have a save at it to have the territory transferred.
Where's he in? Is he? Yeah, maybe. So the other, he has to rehost or not rehost.
No, we'll have to keep it this way.
I'll join. Okay.
Wait, can't he just transfer?
Yes.
Yeah, and then he might be able to switch what he controls.
Yeah.
That's true. Jacob, is he still here?
He's not.
Go. You hop down.
The fucking
Out of RP, real
whatever.
quick. Jacob, go if you
Yes,
state
hello.
transfer your own territory to Iran, you're gonna go about a nation, and then you can choose to play as that other nation. So go do that real quick.
Wait, I will have to hot join though.
No, because
well,
when you don't have a country anymore, it'll give you the chance to choose another country, and then you click on the other Iran, and it should let you play it. If you don't want to risk it, you can just sit on that. But like that's half your, like most of your country split.
We should
Goodbye,
probably
lads.
pause it while it's happening.
Yes, please pause. We
We had an idea, Ham, where like some state could be like a resistance pocket or some shit that he could.
If you want to do
RP
that and then
against.
sit on that, that's completely fine. Like in the mountains up there, that would make sense. In Yazd.
Yeah. Don't transfer
I'd
stuff
rather
away
not.
because.
Well,
no,
this
here's
is not fun.
Well, here's what you
For
can
me-
do because I still have a lend lease with you, so I could lend lease you. We could have this
Wait,
whole like
does it have the
snowboarding
default
thing.
tree? If that has a default tree, then that's cringe.
No, you have the same tree. You're still Iran.
Yeah, you
It's
still
your
have
own
a
tree.
The other tree has the
Doc,
default
real
tree.
quick, I don't want to sit here and debate this with you. Regardless, you know what to do. You're calling it, so just sit
Yeah.
Did we try the
Alrighty.
Americans out
Alrighty,
of
we
their
have
house?
secured a government in Iran. Cheney, what's our next course of action?
I don't believe Cheney's here.
God damn it, where'd Cheney go?
I don't know.
Oh, it's an unfortunate situation. I need my VP here.
They're
I
just
think you lost your
moving.
VP.
They're just moving to the Kuwait hills, to the Kuwait naval base.
Can't you use the sea?
I do not control it. It's demilitarized.
Fair enough.
like-
Fair enough. Okay. I was
The
just-
whole
I was-
region's demilitarized, so
It's
yeah.
not. It's not
That's
like
why.
it's not based on RP.
I was like,
Yeah,
how the
it's not
fuck are you
based on
getting
RP.
into Iran?
Like in RP, I'm not going back through Pakistan with my entire army.
Yeah, I'm also
RP
not
wise,
going
they'd be
to
leaving. It's just the
Saudi
fucking
Arabia.
Hoy game, you know how it is. So this one
Okay,
is.
just had to make sure. Just had to
Just
make
moving to Saudi Arabia.
Like yeah, in RP does not make sense for my entire army to go.
All right, boys. So
through
we are gonna do some RP.
Afghanistan.
You're in the White House right now, so if you're dealing with other matters, go ahead and jump on
Yep.
out. So regarding the coalition forces, I just like to formally say, as President of the United States, I'd like to thank you for standing with the United States. We found definitive proof in Isfahan and in Persia in the south that they did in fact have nuclear weapons. The blatant aggression towards the NPT, a terrorist state like Iran having nuclear weapons, unacceptable. Gentlemen, there will be many in the international community, such as the dangerous Russian state, that will claim our actions were not legitimate. But just remember here, ladies and gentlemen, that we secured Iran. We stopped our nuclear conflict and the possibility of nuclear devices being used in terror organizations. Gentlemen, we did this together, and I'd just like to formally thank you on behalf of the United States of America. It's been a pleasure to be a part of these coalition forces. Now we need to get to work on building this nation up, securing a democracy in the region, and building a nation that can stand upon itself and represent the interests of freedom-loving people around the world. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, out of character real quick. Ham,
what's up?
He wants to do a resistance group in Mazandaran, the small, mountainous state in the north that has a port on the Caspian Sea. Go with that?
Why there specifically? That makes no sense. There's no mountains there.
That is mountainous. Mazandaran?
Mazandaran? They're hills. They're not full-on mountains. I mean,
I mean,
no,
it does make sense because it's to the Caspian Sea, so they can receive Russian support.
I mean, realistically, if they was going to have a movement, it'd be in the east. The eastern mountains are the area that they'd really be able to sustain that sort of thing. Or in the middle, I mean, the inner mountains.
Can't really support him as a government in exile, though.
Because
it's going to be like a slow burn. It's up to you.
Berlin area.
I mean, the area
I support it. I'm just saying, Mazandaran, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, in terms of where it's at. So I'd say yes, but
it makes sense to me because it's.
I understand, but you're not Iran, so that's like so I'd say yes, but just not there. Yeah.
You say so you don't want to do it there?
No, I'd say if you want to do it, maybe Greater Khorasan or Kavir. Maybe Sistan and Baluchi would make sense too, especially with Pakistan. So
he can't get Lend-Lease though if he gets one of those states, right? Like the idea of the roleplay would be is that we're giving him like a secret weapon shipment to like this rebel group or whatever.
I hear you. If we do Sistan and
Travelers.
Baluchistan, he could get that access there because there's a port.
Sistan and Baluchistan. Yeah, okay, we could do that.
Yeah,
it's up to him though. It's however he wants to do it.
Yep, I'm just saying that's more realistic because he'd actually get support from Pakistan, Afghanistan. He'd have mountains, so.
Yeah, sure. What do you think?
By the way, I'm gonna just immediately die at this point because if you look at my national spirits, I'm just like, I've got the very high interest rate, which is gonna.
So by the way, if you want, you can make edit requests to have some of those removed RP wise and stuff. So out of RP, we're gonna basically nation building you. So we are gonna try and develop your economy and stuff like that. If you still want to resist us, that's fine. Just don't do like stupid RP around it. You know, completely fine if you're hostile and all that. So yeah, heads up.
I'm aware.
Okay, cool.
So Jacob, you cool with doing Sistan and Baluchistan?
Yeah, in RP currently, the Ayatollah is currently in exile in Libya, as is chosen between me and the Libya player. So
would that be internationally known? I mean, like, would we know he's there?
We RP'd during the war that he fled through Caspian.
I understand. I'm just saying, how do you want to go about like how secret was that? Okay, so it went to Russia then.
He went to Russia, but now he's traveled to Libya.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Sounds good. Like I said, if you're not in here for the post-war nation building stuff, we are going to go ahead and work on that. So, obviously, are you good to RP with Estarani now, Jacob?
He wants to continue doing the resistance group.
Yeah,
so he's not going to RP as mainland Iran at all. Okay.
That's
no.
Good. All right. Can you transfer the Sistan to him so he can transfer you Kavir? And again, Jacob, that's what you want to do, right?
Yes, that's what I want to do. I'll be happy.
That'll might bug out the game though if he's on the last one. We could just do the save edit. I mean, that'd probably be easier.
Yeah.
We don't directly. Iran's not a puppet of us.
We can't say transfer it. Iran is not ours. We didn't do that.
Yeah, we just made it.
That sucks.
Yep.
And the worst part is my agents are stuck doing an operation.
So yep.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
We'll do a save edit. But like I said, we do our RP, our post-war stuff here. So.
Yeah. All right. Later.
Would it be possible if Lebanon purchases some of the M102s artillery pieces?
You're gonna have to speak with Cheney on that, or Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
Rumsfeld, would you mind taking the Lebanese delegate into another room, the White House? Speak with him about that.
We have a lot of people in the White House. Let's minimize it to.
Yeah, let's see. Who needs to be in here? King, you don't need to be in here. I'm gonna throw some people out here. Everyone else is an ally, so it's fine.
King is my cop, but yeah.
Oh shit, he's a cop. Okay, I'll bring him back in. That's my bad.
Where the hell is that?
Yeah, King add India to your name.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you do change your name so we know who you are.
Yes.
All right, in that case, gentlemen, we gotta work on nation building here. Now, Iran, we've placed under like moderate control of the United States government. We don't want to be too involved there, but obviously we're gonna continue to station forces. Out of RP, who keeps moving troops? Because I told them to garrison Iran. Oh, we don't have access, do we?
No,
yeah,
we
it's
don't.
demilitarized, no one
God
can have
damn it.
access to it.
It's not.
Very well. So, gentlemen, what's the plan here? Training.
Mexican private industries wishes to help reconstruct Iran, if that is acceptable.
Absolutely, we would be glad to cooperate with Mexico in rebuilding in Iran. Cheney, though, I'd like to hear from you. What's your plan here?
I think maybe nation building investment into Iranian owned whatever it is, destroyed Iranian infrastructure, as well as the we will demolish the any nuclear reactors, which we were confirmed we were. And after that, we need to go on a massive propaganda campaign, as we did confirm there were nuclear weapons, and now we have full right. And we will ask Russia why they supported Iran when it was confirmed they had nuclear weapons, and we'll
I think
bring
that'd be a good idea.
We'll bring this up to any nations who had thought of opposing us, and maybe we can, particularly maybe the British, we can maybe bring them back.
Yes, I think especially the British, I think.
Can someone explain to me what the hell they were so hostile to us in that UNSC meeting? That blindsided me, I can tell you that. Does anyone know what the hell's going on with them?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that, so I wanted to bring this up because the UK seems really hostile
I will inform you, all governments present here, that India is thinking about leaving the Commonwealth, given the actions of.
Let's have a speak with them first here. You don't need to be jumping at anything. I mean, maybe they were operating on false Russian intelligence. Why the hell they believe it? I don't know. Sorry.
One more thing I must say is Poland is indeed a nationalist government, and it's kind of hard to say that with them being in NATO. Would we like to bring that up at all, or?
Yeah, we should.
That is an issue.
That is a very big issue.
Also, I believe the British are losing the intervention in Nigeria.
It's because they're not accepting
I think it's about time we offer some support.
Amen.
Indeed. Are we?
Let's go ahead and see about sending volunteer forces to Nigeria. What do we got at our disposal? Rumsfeld, Cheney, what are we looking at?
I've already
There are
sent
500
the
Mexican
papers.
blue helmets, but they're not enough to hold any positions.
Yeah, so we've already sent what is it, in the Asian theater, Lieutenant General Richard Clark, and he will be there with a couple.
Very well.
Yep.
Very well.
French units seems to be not be accepted in Nigeria. They're trying to send intervention forces. Out of RP, I don't know. The Herald is not accepting it.
Why is Chris Paul in charge of Nigeria?
What?
That's a point guard for. He plays in the NBA. He's the leader of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Am I tripping balls or is that Chris Paul?
That's Chris Paul.
He always does
Oh my
that.
God.
It's a cringe.
Beautiful. William Don. Anyway, very well. Let's get some aid over there immediately. I need to call up the British Prime Minister. I need to get to the bottom of all this goddamn tomfoolery he's been up to and figure out what's going on there.
Maybe now that we have the proof that there were that Iran did indeed have nuclear weapons, they might have a lighter opinion.
I hope so. I hope so. But
So France is gonna invest into the city of Khorramabad because that's where we struck the airport with our missiles. So we feel like we are obligated to rebuild it.
Well,
trying to lose.
Oh damn it! I should have just puppeted them. The AI is gonna be a fucking monkey about this. I'm trying to like do stuff and they're just refusing it all. That makes no sense.
Yeah, so we can't invest into them.
I may ask for to edit just to puppet it, but RP wise, they're not gonna be a puppet just so we can fucking do proper RP for the post-war era.
Yeah.
The Mexican oil industry wishes to open industrial parks and refineries in the Abbas area, in the border with Iraq.
Very well. I'm also I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be back in a minute.
Yes. Oh, of course, Mr. President.
Be back in just a second, guys. All right, I'm back. Shit, thank you for the raid pigeon. Just saw that. You raided me right when I was going to the bathroom. What's up, man? If you're still here, how's it going? Hammurabae. I am a roleplay streamer primarily. We are playing as the United States. This is the George Bush administration. We just got done invading Iran because we blamed 9/11 on them. So that is what's up. What's up, man?
What is it? Mr. Pasqua, would you like to pull us in here and maybe we can question them?
Should I get the Polish then? Yep.
Yeah, I say you should lead the investigation as you are a European member and feel like it'd make more sense.
Where the fuck are the goddamn British? There's so many VCs. Can't find him to save my life. There he is. There's a phone call from the U.S. president. Do you want to pick it up?
Yeah, can you give me a second? What do you need from me?
Greetings. This is President George Bush. Am I speaking with Prime Minister Tony Blair?
Yes, however, Tony Blair is in the middle of resigning as Prime Minister. But yeah, at the moment you are currently speaking with Tony Blair. I'm in the middle of writing an RP post. It's all good.
You, very well. Did not realize you were resigning. What's the reason for this?
I mean, after the renationalization of British Rail, the revitalization of the Midlands, I believe that I've accomplished enough domestically, and after some pressure, after being in charge for such an extended period of time, some internal pressure from the more left-wing part of the party has pushed me to resign.
You're aware of who your successor is going to be?
I believe there's a strong push for Mr. It's Bennett, right? Right, Astra?
I mean, in real life it was Brown.
Yeah, Gordon Brown, sorry, is the most likely successor, but I don't know what happens after I push the button out of RP.
Very well. I understand. Your political process is very complicated.
Exactly.
I would like some clarification, though.
First past the post is a quite weird.
You Brits got your weird fucking systems, that's for sure. But I'd just like to get some clarification on why you've been so hostile to the United States.
We haven't been so hostile. We were just. We weren't appreciative of the wording used by diplomats sent by you, and we're dealing with other things at the moment, and would wish not to speak on the matter at that current point in time. It may have come off a little more strongly worded than I wanted it to.
Did you not, I believe, vote in? I mean, at the UN Security Council, your actions would be, frankly, described as nothing short of hostile. I mean,
I disagree with such statements. We were trying to work on a global level to navigate the issue.
Prime Minister Blair, you are aware of the evidence we found of 2 nuclear facilities, as well as numerous stockpiles of warheads in Iran, right?
I'm very well aware. However, I had wished that those facilities had been found under a UN investigation rather than military intervention.
We offered that, and it got overturned by the UN Assembly.
It got overturned by someone who declared war on Iran, namely France.
I mean, there was a resolution before that it was voted against, which was very explicit in this capacity. Now, we showed satellite photos of these facilities beforehand as well. I'd also like to clarify why suddenly, stupid fucking AI, why the United Kingdom is now disregarding the intelligence of its close ally, the United States. We've cooperated intelligence service-wise for extended periods of time, and now you're just going to ignore our evidence?
We haven't ignored your evidence. Rather, we just had wished for further confirmation of on-the-ground multilateral confirming of the evidence rather than unilateral.
You can understand how that might seem pretty fucking ludicrous.
The
United States, a close security partner of the United Kingdom. You showed us no support when we were under attack. I recall in recent memory, the United States showed much more support to the United Kingdom in their times of need when they were under siege.
We offered our sincere condolences for the operations in 9/11.
I gave you a damn about your fucking assurances. We will need support, and we got none from the United Kingdom. None.
that may be the way you see it, is not the way we see it.
Oh, it certainly is. I'm just trying to figure out where the hell we go from here. You got a new government coming in. You got a hostile one to us right now. You provide us no assurances while we were at war. No support. I'm just trying to understand, or trying to rack my brain for how United States and Britain are supposed to continue this way.
I have no comment at the matter on the moment. You will have to speak to my my follower, the following Prime Minister, for
Take your time, Tony Blair.
complicated response.
We'll be leading this investigations, but of course, any NATO member can raise questions. If you're not part of NATO, we would request you leave for respect of for NATO.
Okay.
I just got done with a phone call with the Brits. I have to say that Tony Blair stepping down. I received I gotta say I'm really distressed with the situation in that kingdom. I'm hearing enough about hostility, no desire to cooperate, no apology for their mistakes in the past. It's we gotta really evaluate our stance in the United Kingdom. I never thought I'd see this in my life. I thought
President Bush.
Of course, we have a guest. Is it the Polish Prime Minister? I believe he is here. He's part of a nationalist government, and we're here to question just his government overall.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear the questions.
All right, France, I think you can lead.
Yes, of course. First off, Mr. Gmurchik, we noticed that the LPR, you're a member of the LPR, which is, of course, a nationalistic government. And I'm just simply here to ask your stance on NATO. What is your stance on NATO currently, and what is your party have for opinions?
We are not a party that is aggressive. We want a peace on the world. We just want that the Polish people want to live better, and that's why we're here. And for now, we don't have anything to NATO. We can stay in NATO if we can. And our relation with NATO is, I think, good.
We're committed to Article 5, correct?
Can you repeat?
You are committed to Article 5, correct?
Yeah.
And you were committed to...
Hold on, let me do this real quick. Italy...
Gets everything.
Too expensive.
We probably have France do it because we didn't.
Oh,
we
God
didn't
damn
have
it!
any.
Yeah, France will be able to do it. Just transfer them all their territory.
And France click,
Spain?
okay.
I click confirm and exit
I know
already.
it's fucking Spain. Where's he at? No, he's not.
Just for clarification, I'm giving those states to Italy, right?
Yes,
I just wanna make sure.
All of them to Italy, yes.
There we go.
There it goes.
Right. I wasn't sure if they were selected on me or Italy, so I just wanted to be careful.
All right, thank you. We would request you to stay here, Spain. We are having a mini NATO meeting.
All right.
But back to this questioning. So you were committed to Article 5, correct, Poland?
Yeah,
And you were committed to freedom of the press, freedom of democracy, and freedom of speech, correct?
Yes, of course.
So this nationalist government only pertains that you would support your country more.
Bitch, what a day.
Ah, it's Mr. Bush.
There's a phone call from President Bush. Can I speak with, I'd love to look at your leader, but I can't see it because of this fucking peace conference. Schroeder, sorry. Chancellor Schroeder, I'm calling you up over some really grave concerns.
Yes.
We obviously, we were declared war upon by Iran. We have leveled a government and installed a democratic one and found nuclear reactors as well as nuclear material, confirming our evidence that given the close relationship that Russia and Iran had, we are very worried about how deep this situation goes. But regardless, I'm not here to speak about that. I'm here to speak out specifically our relationship, or now the lack thereof, with the United Kingdom. I just like to ask about what Germany's stance is on with the United Kingdom these days, given that they have been hostile to us across the board recently, and we're growing very concerned.
If I'll be honest, I haven't had much contact with the United Kingdom. My policy has been so directed at dealing with the French threat and a series of other situations regarding the Mediterranean that my offices haven't really tended the issue in the United Kingdom. But now that you bring it to my attention, if you want, I could look into it. But we certainly haven't been that attentive of our relationship.
Jay, hold on one
with the
second.
United
That's peace conference. I'm trying to figure out who's going on with that. In Spain. Where's he?
Hey up. Oh, US?
Yep.
Croatia is applying for NATO membership. Is the US willing to accept our application?
I'll have to look at your government first. One moment. I'm trying to do this peace conference. Where the fuck is he? Yo,
He needs
Spain,
to
just
be-
transfer him the territory, dude. Come on.
First confirm and exit. That's...
Yep. No. You have to give him the territory first.
You already did.
Yeah.
You already have
Okay, cool.
Already done. Already done.
Everything's already done.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. Cool.
All right.
I am having a meeting with Germany. I will speak with you after Croatia.
All right.
But anyway, during this whole war, I'm sure you were present. You listened to the United Security Council, meeting, and we heard the United Kingdom working with a communist Russia. Something I never expected to see in my life. It was shocking. Was what it was.
I mean, they just announced they were nationalizing many aspects of their government, so perhaps this really is something we should look into.
The Labour Party, I don't understand British politics very well. European politics is very odd. There's a lot of complexity. We keep it simple here. One or two. So red or blue, you know. But I gotta say, I'm a little worried about this. I just want to call you up, Chancellor Schroeder. As I know, my predecessor and you had a really good working relationship.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
And just wanted to see if you had any insights in this. I hear they have a new leader now, Corbyn. I think his name is
Corbyn. He's a bit of a socialist.
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 Oh, God damn these liberals.
Just a bunch of commies, if you ask me.
I agree. All right, very well. That's a real shame. While I'm here, though, I would like to ascertain if, given we are starting to wonder about Britain in any capacity to cooperate with, France is, although still an ally, most certainly, they're a little froggy. And I'd like to see if the German government would be interested in some more economic cooperation.
Absolutely. I'd absolutely be open to these economic cooperations.
Good here. We'd be interested in some mutual investment then. Obviously, corporate investment. There's plenty of corporate interest that shall I say I have very close contact with. I could facilitate some investments in Germany if the likewise methods could be done. If maybe you consider Texas a little bit for investments. It's a good state.
Texas.
The Lone Star. Lone Star.
Yeah, of course. You would have to bear with me for a few days because at this time my investment fund is filled to the brim.
I understand.
So if it's possible, you could wait.
As soon as it's done, how much is Germany willing to able to spend?
We're able to spend about 120 billion on investments.
Or how about we make it even 150 each?
150 each. We can do that.
All right. We'd be interested in civilian manufacturing in the Midwest. I know you have a lot of corporations capable of Volkswagen, etc. And what would you like built in your company? Would you like a corporation to expand over there? Would you like more manufacturing? What would you like?
We'd be really interested in more corporate civilian factories being built in the region.
And I will say, and this is a show of our friendship, I wouldn't be opposed to building a military factory or two as well there. We don't cooperate easily.
That would work just as well, actually, I'd argue.
Which would military factories very well. 150 million in military industrial manufacturing.
Yes, that would be lovely.
Sorry for my interrupt. A NATO meeting has been called, and I need a German delegation.
We'll attend briefly. Bear with us.
All right.
You receive our offer?
Yes, I have. Thank you. Oh,
very well.
Wow. Thank you very much. We will get.
I'd just like
send
to.
the office as soon as we can.
Of course, I'd just like to reiterate, we stand with our German friends that in these dangerous times, the war and terror will be everywhere, and we hope that you'll stand with us, cooperate with us.
Absolutely. In any capacity, in any degree, we will stand firmly with our allies in Washington.
Good to hear that, Chancellor. We'll speak again soon. Thank you for your time.
You too, sir. Goodbye.
Just gotta find the channel.
Germany.
Yeah.
I believe we have a NATO meeting.
Yeah, we're particularly the British, I believe that's the French.
After a peaceful protest in Tottenham on Saturday over the fatal shooting of a
Just waiting for the Germans to get here.
I'm here. I'm here.
Ah, okay.
What about the British? Are they here? Can someone get the British or a British representative here?
Shit. Let me go get him. Actually, I don't even know what his name is. Sorry.
Yeah, the VC's full, so I can't.
I'll jump down in there.
So can we? Yeah.
He's in one of the bigger ones then. Which VC is he in?
What is it? 168.
Libya.
This bureaucracy will ruin you, brother.
Out of RP, UK,
we go to the Russian.
Are you
Okay,
coming?
okay, no worries. I'm on my way.
Was I'm repairing stuff quite substantially with missiles. Jesus.
Where
on his
NATO
way.
is it just in here?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it is. We can
Yeah.
move it somewhere else, but I mean, it's just doesn't matter.
I'm assuming all this Italian civil war tension is gonna get nuked away.
Oh, it was Italian.
Who's? What is it? Yeah, I guess that would be brought up. But,
No, that's out of RP. I'm saying like there's like 40% world tension from that. So.
Really?
It's a simple edit command. We can roll it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying like there's like in total 40 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't fix it, we're gonna start having AI justifications, and then.
No, it actually wasn't.
Like
that
I
much.
said,
It was-
it'll get dealt with.
Okay. Anyway, what is the topic of discussion for today? Sorry.
First, I want to share the issue with Germany's hostility against my nation that is quite building up in Algeria or over Algeria. As far as I understood, the Germans have pushed out completely our influence inside of Algeria and having a general aggressive tone when we are supposed to be allies, which we find a little bit concerning.
I'd like to argue, I'd beg to differ. Germany saw an opportunity in Algeria to work closely and to work in mutual interest. We exploited it and we benefited off of it, and it was just a shame that the Algerians saw a better partner in Berlin than they did in Paris. It's not our fault that they did not prefer Paris or the colonial ties between the two nations, and we don't understand why France is so childish and so hell-bent on maintaining these past colonial ties. Now, we have had an aggressive tone toward Paris, that is correct, but let's not act as if that is not reciprocated by Paris itself. I'm willing to sort out these issues, but if Paris can't accept to do business on equal and fair terms across the globe, then how can they expect us to treat them fairly?
Berlin.
I have
I
one
think-
comment in that, just as an intermediate. Can we refrain from calling allies childish throughout this conversation, just on a formal level? Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
I say we should have a basic level of respect for each other. I think this is something that should not be taken too seriously. It is simply Algeria, and our relationships that we have built over the Cold War should be stronger than not agreement in Algeria. And I say we should just put this behind us, and we should just look towards the future.
The British government concurs.
France is happy to rebuild relations with Germany and with Berlin, but we just request that Berlin in the future respects France's red lines.
I hope that can be agreed upon.
Well, yeah, we would obviously speak with France if we were ever close to the red line, but we just don't understand why necessarily they took such issue with the fact that we saw a good business opportunity and we took it. But going forward, yes, 100%, dialogue comes first and diplomacy comes first. But like simply put, we just don't accept that we've done any wrongdoings when it comes to doing deals with Algeria.
I believe it is fine, and we can put this in the past now, and I think we have more greater issues.
Indeed.
One thing is, I think the recent uprising in Italy. I think that was very serious. It was very bloodless. I thank the France and other NATO members for heeding to Article 5, which Italy called for, and we had a quick and bloodless put down of the communists. I believe it was a communist.
Yeah,
insurrection.
the French military made short work of the insurrection.
I say currently Italy has zero stability. It's a very unstable region, and I say if Italy's okay with it, we station some units just to safeguard the peace until Italy can get to become more of a stable state. If Italy is okay with this, which
Italy's AI.
AI.
Italy's AI, so I'm not
we can-
RPing with it. Sorry. That was
Yeah,
why I
no, like
didn't
we
intervene.
just need to ignore it. It's just a stupid AI shit like that. We just gotta like act like it's just not fucking happening. Cause
Yeah.
But I would still be prepared in the future for any other civil disorder in Italy. But do we have anything else any other country would like to bring up?
Yes.
Yes.
Go forward. We'll go French first because he said yes first.
Yes. The issue about UK's loyalty to NATO and her allies. We
I
saw,
don't understand this.
Let him speak. And we'll...
We saw the recent hostility against our ally, the United States, especially in the UNSC regarding the Iranian proposal, which is something that we find quite disturbing, considering that the UK should be supposed to be a key ally to NATO, and especially to the US. And we find it quite concerning that the UK had such a hostile tone against France and and against America. So, and we thought we wanted to know how the UK stands to NATO and her allies, or if we need to reevaluate your NATO membership.
I mean, we're fully committed to NATO. NATO is a defensive alliance, and the only reason we didn't intervene in Italy was it was AI out of RP, but our positions have been clear, consistent, and maintained. We were interested in an investigation, not an intervention in the Iranian situation. Regardless of what the results were afterwards, thousands of people have died, millions are possibly displaced, and an entire region of the world has been destabilized. We were pursuing investigations and movements along those lines rather than military intervention, because it's a UN nation and they should be treated as such. That is our full hostile tone is something we can argue about. I'm running on very little sleep recently, so if my language is a bit more aggressive than lately, I formally apologize on all levels on that. However, our actions, we believe, are fully within the commitments we've made with NATO.
It is fine. Of course, you weren't obligated to join in anything, because Article 5 is purely defensive.
You're not obligated, most certainly, but I would like to ask the British delegation, what is one thing Britain did for the United States when we were attacked?
I mean, I was busy with other shit at the moment. God damn it. I mean, we offered. We didn't offer much in assistance at the time, primarily due to we were in the middle of a recession.
One thing that you did for our country when we were attacked by Iran?
I would say the United States has a great history of helping Britain in times when she was in need.
Of course, and we just had legitimate critiques and questions in regards to the threat Iran posed directly towards the terrorist attacks against you. We just didn't see sufficient evidence at the time to. Had we seen sufficient evidence,
we gave you full access to our intelligence services, the satellite photos that we took.
However, you did not agree to send UN investigators into Iran.
Yes, we did. We proposed it to the UN.
Yeah, and it was shut down.
That is not the legislation I believe.
You read United Nations Security Council Resolution 1442, did you not?
I did, yes, but I did not agree
you-
with. I did not agree with calling them a rogue state. That was the explicit disagreement within that legislation.
Explain to us when we explicitly did not advocate for investigations into Iran.
Okay. I retract my statement. That was a misunderstanding then. However, we disagree with the rogue state language. We believe it was hard-handed and a bit too aggressive for.
Yes, but you just claimed that we didn't support investigation into
Right. Okay. I retract that statement. That's a complete misunderstanding. I'm sorry. That was a previous government as well. We're under a new government. I
Fine,
hope we
but-
can
but-
restart relations.
Yeah, of course. We are committed to building relations. We're just trying to figure out Like what exactly?
I don't have the exact logic of what goes on in a neoliberal such as Tony Blair's head. Rest assured, Jeremy Corbyn has a different view for Britain's international footprint.
I think the fact that they were violating the non-proliferate, the NPT, whatever it was, they were violating treaties, as well as they were receiving Russian arms and the sorts. And we believe Russia is still continuing to fund the rogue state in with the.
And right, we'll look into that on our end. If you can find any evidence towards that, we'll change our position towards.
We
Russia.
don't need. I don't think we need any. We have evidence. We have is perfectly fine. We have accomplished our goals, and it is now a question of. Most of NATO is unified behind this, and most of the world, when we were able to provide plenty of evidence that we were indeed correct. Our satellite images were proven to be correct in Tehran, or no, in Isfahan. There were nuclear. There was a nuclear reactor there. We've been proven right with our invasion.
Understandable, however, we still don't believe in launching interventions in sovereign nations.
I would like to point out that this is the worst time for NATO to be debating with itself when we've got a new red menace rising to the east.
I am far less concerned about the red menace, and I'm far more concerned about the nationalist menace in the Polish and Slovakian.
We have spoken with that, and France can confirm with us. We have talked to them, and they are committed to Article 5. They are committed to freedom of speech. They are committed to elections, and they are committed to freedom of the press. It's just a government which Poland will slightly prioritize themselves a bit more, but it is not a full non-nationalist government.
Understandable, however, we have issues with rising nationalism in Europe, as with the historical precedents back in the 1930s.
Of course, I think another example would be Slovakia, but I can assure Poland has not violated any NATO, any principle.
Understandable. Well, just keep in mind that for us, nationalism poses a far greater threat than socialism does.
It would be communism in Russia.
Understandable, but Russia at this current point in time has
Good to
free
see you.
elections. The second they get rid of those, we will.
Joe
have
Rogan is apparently the leader of Slovakia, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I doubt the validity of them, but I understand your point. What I'm saying is that I believe Poland has good intentions at heart, and until they do anything to
Our largest concern at the moment is not Russia, it is China. We've seen severe crackdowns in Hong Kong, and we suggest a Southeast Asian.
Italy just turned nationalist.
Oh my god.
Good to know.
Yeah, the
Great
AI is just broken for them right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, we'll just ignore it.
Just ignore it.
But
Our concerns are towards China and the Hong Kong situation at the moment geopolitically. We're trying to make a Southeast Asian turn, but
I have been given a promise on the phone with the chairman that as soon as the riots are ended, that I'm gonna use my accent.
Are they riots, or are they peaceful protests that are being
we heard from the chairman that supposedly they are riots there, and he said he's open for foreign investigators to go in there and look.
Maybe we should bring that up in. Maybe we should bring that up in the UN.
Yes, I think we should bring that up in the UN.
Before we take too harsh stance on China, but I do think we all need to have a unified stance on Russia.
I don't see that necessary at this current point in time. However,
I didn't say it would be a harsh one. I just said a unified stance. What do we believe? What do we think about the Russian?
I mean,
I'd love to hear from the kingdom about what he thinks about Russia right now. To be frank with you.
I mean, I have concerns in regards to the government. However, I don't see them as a current geopolitical threat. I don't think any of their actions have been
They supplied a nuclear state with arms.
They're common.
30 years ago.
No, that's
recently.
Very recent. Just now, this has happened, and they're continuing to support the exiles.
Oh, I just noticed that. Sorry, that's my bad. Okay. Well, the issue with that is that you've invaded a sovereign nation without a UN mandate. And
he declared war upon our country.
They struck.
Iran did not.
You're really going to stand against the United States on this?
Terrorists attacked your country.
There is a strong regime who developed nuclear weapons. Are you going to defend that?
We're talking, yeah, exactly. We're talking in circles here.
No, just you.
I don't understand.
I think it's very clear. Iran supported these terrorists. It was supported by the previous Iranian regime.
Well,
Maybe-
I don't think anyone's opinions are going to move on this, so I wish to just move the discussion forward.
Maybe I should close the straits to Russia, Ollie.
I don't.
That's
I don't.
that's an
disagree with
extreme
that.
action. We
I would not
don't need to be
disagree
doing
with
that.
such a movement, but
I
so
say
long
you
as-
should have done that a while ago.
Just a
Oh,
suggestion.
it has been done for a while, as far as
Just
I
a
understand.
suggestion.
We can send a minor fleet as well to.
I would suggest that we can absolutely restrict Russian naval military vessels, but not restrict civilian trade, laws of the sea, and all that.
I want to come back to this issue though. I'm not fucking done with this. I would like to hear from the United Kingdom why it is they're not supporting us. We have supported you so many times in your times of need, and when we were struck an attack, now you're going to sit there and not support us with the actions we took against terror to protect our country.
Well, we want to, like, the problem is that a lot of these terrorist movements have been caused by destabilization.
They
in the
were a
Middle East
nuclear state supporting terror. You think they should just be able to walk around with those weapons?
No, I don't.
Then why the hell are you not supporting us?
Because we wanted a UN mandate, and we were willing to wait for a UN mandate.
Well, that UN mandate unfortunately wasn't able to happen.
We already waited on a UN mandate. You know what happened? We got fucking hit by a terror attack. Maybe if we'd wait longer, London would have been hit too.
That's a logical fallacy within that argument. I will not accept it as a legitimate argument.
Oh my god.
We don't know what would have happened because we didn't wait.
No, we did wait. And you know what happened? The United States of America got attacked. That's what happened.
If we waited any longer, the Iranian nuclear weapons could have been combat
But
ready, and they
these
could.
These terrorist threats have existed since the 90s, and
Yeah,
that
and
was before Iran was
but they
a
still
nuclear
existed.
state.
That's the point.
But they still supported them. It doesn't matter when they existed. The fact that they did support them.
The issue I see here right now, which is really making me question some things. Hold on. The issue I'm seeing right here is that we're hearing hostility from United Kingdom on military security. They did not support us. We have a number of systems which are integrated with the United Kingdom right now. And if we're doing a hostile actor, one that won't even condemn Russia, which supplied arms to our enemies, how the hell are we supposed to maintain those? NATO shares a lot of information technology.
Do not worry, George W. Bush. We do not plan on turning towards Moscow. We plan on maintaining our sphere within the
My
West.
concern is not whether you turn to Moscow or not. My concern is you are showing a lack of a desire to cooperate with your NATO allies, specifically the United States. We always had a special relationship. I'm seeing nothing special here.
I do not see that in the same eye. We have disagreed on one issue, and that is the issue of Russia and Iran.
You must understand, thousands of Americans died. Thousands. It is a national catastrophe. You must understand.
Yes, it is tragic. We recently had the Troubles for a 30-year period that killed thousands of British citizens. But we resolved it peacefully and diplomatically rather than
not everything
war.
can be solved peacefully.
But we didn't try
Iran was
hard
a
enough.
terrorist state in possession
If
of
we waited
nuclear
any
weapons.
longer and then it turns out we couldn't have done it, what would have happened? There would have been nukes.
Then I would have been
everywhere.
wrong.
If we hadn't,
But
You
we
already
don't
were
know.
wrong.
Second
Your
later.
country was already wrong here. You delayed
That
action in the UN that resulted in dangerous and extreme actions from terror organizations.
We did not
You
veto
refused to accept American intelligence, and what happened?
We did not veto the legislation provided. We did not delay anything. Russia vetoed the legislation.
I do not believe
more
a
some
"whoops, my
symbolic.
bad" would apply when there's nuclear bombs raining on your head.
Yeah, it's incomprehensible. You cannot just say that. I think Spain is incredibly right here. Oops, I'm bad. Does not like make it all better.
I mean, that's not the official opinion of the UK. Is not.
But you said you were wrong. If we waited.
Well, yeah,
and then-
because okay, out of RP, I was wrong because I misread something, and this misreading of something has spiraled out of control, and now I'm trying to recover. I'm sorry. This is my legitimate out of RP apology.
Yeah, no, that is fine. But
Okay,
we are
yeah.
trying to get to an agreement here.
Right.
So, but we would just want British support.
My commitments are still to NATO. They are strongly within
and
the West
we
sphere.
haven't questioned that. We do
It seems like you have. This just seems to be a spit roast of the United Kingdom with it for the past half an hour.
Because you have been one of the only
Out of
members
RP
that-
though, like the thing is, like you're RPing the United Kingdom, who is historically very close with the US, and gave like
I
no
know,
aid
I know.
and were
Dude,
hostile? I mean, that's
my
the thing.
50-page paper was about the U.S. geopolitics for the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
40 years. I'm
Cool.
well aware of the special relationship between the two countries.
So we're just, I think, all trying to
RPs
figure out like where this has gone because like
the split. The split.
I
from
think
this
I
is-
think there's been miscommunication.
There's been a bit of miscommunication. I didn't want to go to war in Iran, and the UK was never
Okay.
going to go to war in Iran. That is the thing. We would have supported a UN mandate, but we wouldn't have sent troops. That was
so
my
out of RP then, so like because there was no RP post, that's fine, running the game and stuff. Like, was the United Kingdom then supporting the United States, just like not militarily, or how is that working then? Just to clarify.
I mean, we
Minister of
offered
Security,
like
can
we
I
would have
speak to you?
offered yeah, sure, yeah, we can talk about that. So yeah, there was no post because I was busy.
Yeah, of course, I understand. We're just trying to clarify.
I think it is time we go forward with this. We
Yeah,
put this
exactly. Cool, perfect. Thank you. No, we can come up with something, but overall, I would say we could say we have troops, like we have naval vessels in the bay. We could have said we offered medical support. How about that? So we
that
offered
makes
to
sense.
treat wounded soldiers. Can we work with that?
Yep, works for me.
That would be fine. But I think it's time we go forward.
Yeah, we'll talk about it next. Can we talk about that next time before the war breaks out? But by the time I realized you guys were already at war, I don't think that was made clear enough for me.
But
no one directly told me.
Okay,
Like
but
I
we've
only
done
found out through like the we're already at war, which I thought was just rhetoric. I didn't realize there was an actual declaration. But that might have just been me not understanding the situation. I've been a bit spaced out. I have an exam on Monday, so I'm kind of flipping between 12 million things.
You're fine.
So that's why there's also
But
been a lot.
I say we should go back onto Russia, and I still think NATO should have a unified opinion of Russia,
Okay.
good or bad.
What is going to be our
United
position?
States.
I'm willing to take a step back on this one.
Russia did supply Iran with military weapons, and I believe are continue, but we can't confirm this, so would not be hardline. But we still believe they might be.
There's
supporting-
suspicions of it. Okay.
Yeah,
I would like to
suspicions of
state
them-
something, and that
So-
Russia has troops in Jordan.
Who are you?
That's not good.
Like stationed?
Yes, 2 Spetnov brigades.
They do. We also have access there.
They
Yeah,
also
so that-
supposedly invited the Iranian rocket scientists, and they opened a nuclear reactor.
What?
But their Western outlook? What the? Okay, that
Jordan?
That one's.
That's
Yeah,
he's-
that's-
Abdullah. That makes. Oh my god. Abdullah, no, bro, you gotta change your government. You can't do that as him. He would never do that.
No, right? Like,
bro.
Jordan
okay.
is like King Abdullah is like the really pro-West king. Like,
Yeah. All
But
right.
we'll just bring it up to the
Okay.
GC later. But
Yeah, bring it up to the GC later.
Later,
Yeah.
okay. But I still we're always getting distracted. This is a NATO meeting. I don't know if you're Israel. You're not in NATO.
Oh, it's a NATO meeting. Why are you in
Yeah,
the
it is.
White House?
Also,
We can go
Don't
to
worry
NATO.
about it. It's a
It-
big
it's
house.
just-
There's a lot of rooms.
Alright.
We're discussing in the White House. That's what it is. But anyways, I think we should bring up a condemnation of Russia in the UN, and if Russia maybe is not able to accept that it was wrong.
I'd support a condemnation. I wouldn't support sanctions at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't think sanctions would be at the forward. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but if it is not supported amongst all the members, then I wouldn't divide ourselves apart.
Yeah,
But
a condemnation would be sufficient.
I'd say if we do condemnation of those specific actions, I think that would be better. Just on a geopolitical, like we could, it might potentially keep some favor with some more like neutral states. If we condemn the specific actions with them in Iran rather than just the nation as a whole. But that might just come down to wording rather than a like. If we condemn the whole thing as a whole, I'll still support it. But I think wording wise, it might put us a bit more diplomatically in favor if we were to condemn their actions in relation to the Iranian war. If that makes sense.
Yeah, indeed.
all right, then I think it's all agreed
Okay.
upon, and I believe
Okay.
that it will be it. If anyone else
Okay,
has
awesome.
anything to say,
there is something
then-
that I would like to bring up, if possible. In the northern regions of Spain, in the Basque County, there's a urban warfare environment going on in those areas, and we would like support from NATO members if they could move troops to
Yeah,
assist
we can
the,
send some of our elite counter-terrorist SAS troops up there if you wish.
Let me say the same.
Yes.
So you're dealing with Basque rebels, right?
Yes. They also, a big concern of ours is that, as you may have known, they shot down a civilian airliner not too long ago, and the surface-to-air missile system used was an Igla-2 missile, which is a Russian design.
Oh.
To be fair, those things
not to advocate for the Russians, but those are pretty common on foreign
those
markets.
are especially after what happened to Russia in the 1990s. That's not the hardest thing to get a hold of.
That is fair.
Okay. If that's everything, I'm gonna go talk to my military
I'm
general
trying to
about
blame
everything.
the commies here. Come on.
Very well, we can call it.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Sorry for the miscommunication and misunderstanding. Oh, where the fuck is my ally?
I will go speak with Taiwan. I promised them a meeting a while ago, and well, we've been here for a bit.
Yep, I'm gonna go speak with Israel too, so we're good. So, phone call from the president. Do you pick it up?
Yes.
Hello there.
Yes.
I always forget your leader's name. I'm gonna go president. I know that's wrong. President Sharon.
I'm Prime Minister.
Prime Minister Sharon.
Yes, Mr. Bush.
I wanted to call you up after this whole situation with Iran and Hezbollah. Just ascertain the current outlook of the Israeli government on all of this.
Well, we view this with very much favor. Like this swift military victory in Iran is just a fantastic show of American resolve, and we salute you. We salute you for that. And in Lebanon, we saw Lebanese forces kick out Hezbollah, which is also a very good development.
That's very good to see. We'd also like to ask you what the hell is going on in Jordan. There's reports of Iranian rocket scientists being hired there and things like that. What is going on? Does the Mossad have anything to report on that?
They publicly disclosed that they're hiring Iranian rocket scientists.
They did, yes.
And the Russians have increased their presence to 4 brigades of special forces. They're clearly doing something. They're clearly developing weapons of mass destruction.
It is quite worrying to us.
We would need more intel, which is why the Mossad in 600 days will, approximately 600 days, will have infiltrated Jordanian, the government of Jordan.
As a part of that, I'd like to formally propose something. The Mossad and the CIA and the United States Intelligence Services, they've always worked very closely together, I'd say. But there's a new initiative we're going to be pushing very soon, known as the War on Terror. We have a number of complicated domestic and foreign initiatives we will be applying to be able to safeguard the American people a little bit closer. One of the things I wish to speak with your government about is the sharing much more closely of intelligence information to combat the terror we're seeing abroad in the whole world. And I wish to see if the Mossad and the Israeli state would be interested in much more closer, as I said, intelligence sharing for the purposes of combating the terror we're seeing across the world.
Yes, we agree with that. With you, the threat of terrorism is growing throughout the world, and we would be willing to cooperate with the American intelligence agencies.
It's good to hear. That's very good to hear. In that case, I'll have my director contact you about the specifics. But don't be surprised if we announce some pretty extreme actions over the coming year. It's all to protect our citizens. And as always, we do support Israel completely. So anything that you need from us, all you need to do is pick up that phone. Understand?
Of course, Mr. Bush.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Anything else I can do for you?
Nothing really. We're just hoping to resolve the situation with Jordan, because they have amassed troops on my border as well.
Very well. We hope for the same. Any combat support you need, just we will happy to give it to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bush.
Thank you.
Emerging. Ooh, Congolese Party of Labor. There we go. Congo.
What are
Wait,
we
no,
doing with South
Oh,
Sudan?
Mr. Bush.
Did
Mr.
we put out a statement? Did we put out the statement about South Sudan?
The what now?
South Sudan. There's a civil war
something
going.
else.
Hamu, Sniper sent me to you.
Mhm.
He wants me to ask you if we can play a bit longer because of the rehost and all, and UNSC meetings.
He has the
Took
call as a
quite long.
GC. I, for one, will have to go. My co-ops can continue if needed, but I for one, cannot. And I just remind him that, like, we've talked in staff meetings about this before. We're pretty strict on these times for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
No, that's
like
why
people, I asked him, and he said that I should ask you, basically.
I'm not. It is his call as the GC. I will say to just tell him that in staff meetings we've spoken about the reason that we have these times, and if it goes late and there's problems, it's just kind of what it is. There's a lot of people who are tired. Many people in Europe who can't keep playing and who don't want to, and many people who schedule around these things, myself included. But it's his call. I will have to leave though. So. Yeah.
Okay.
So I've now come to speak to the Americans. As you guys may have noticed, I am now the World Bank. I controlled most of the world's foreign debt, and the Swiss have acquiesced the World Economic Forum to be held in South Korea in 2007. And we would, of course, like to invite the United States to attend.
I mean, I would hope so.
Yes. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to you sooner because of the whole NATO meeting.
We've been quite busy. The World Bank is an international organization, just to clarify, though. I mean, you can hold a lot of debt in it, but that doesn't obviously give you control over it. It's more complicated than that, but what are you suggesting? I'm trying to understand here.
The Swiss have acquiesced the holding of it, not the actual
You mean like the moving of the facility specifically?
Yes, it is
Okay.
now going to be held in the Blue House of Seoul, South Korea.
Where did my black ships?
Anyways, that was all I've came to report. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Farewell.
So, George Bush, we need to do something about lack of military bases in the western coast of Africa. As for example, Kano Caliphate is a Salafist, and we couldn't do anything about it.
I think we need to discuss. I think we need to discuss intervention in Nigeria. We can't have an Islamic terrorist caliphate there in Nigeria. We need to. I think we prepare a conflict, and we need to speak with some of our partners about that.
That's why we bring that up, because we ourselves, it would be very far naval invasion from any point.
I agree. We do have. We would have potentially access to United Kingdom's islands, such as the Ascension Island. We could use as a staging area, but we have to talk to them about it. There also is the question of all those oil fields Nigeria's got. That would be, if we got in good terms with them, I'm sure Cheney would appreciate that. Perhaps we should start speaking to our partners about
From the military standpoint, we need a military base directly in west coast of Africa.
I mean, I fail to understand why we can't stage a naval intervention from the Ascension Islands with our carrier groups supporting them.
Ascension Islands, because a lot of our, first of all, planes, for example, helicopters, which majority of it's close to air support and makes that out, wouldn't be able to reach it. That's the first issue. The second issue would be lack of supply. We couldn't host.
If we deploy some of our carriers there, we'd have the whole. I mean, they're called country killers for a reason. We'd have the whole power of our carrier fleet to support a naval invasion. We'd have the whole, as much of the U.S. Navy as we'd have necessary as well to bombard that coastline before we land.
We are not sure how powerful is and how much their support.
They're a bunch of goddamn jihadis. They may have a lot of weapons, a lot of fanaticism, but they're not going to be using modern equipment, I would hope.
Well, we don't know that, and
that's fair.
It is important to know how powerful they are. So I guess it's up to CIA to figure it out.
I suppose it is. Director, you got any intelligence?
On who?
on Nigeria?
Well, we know that the Boko Haram is a radical Islamic regime. They follow rather closely the Salafist outlook, and it is quite worrying. There are frequent reports and some rather rare accounts of video footage of the atrocities they commit against the civilians, the Christian civilians in Nigeria, and it is rather disturbing to look at, gentlemen. I've seen some pictures, videos, and you know, they are not satisfied with just ousting the legitimate government in Nigeria. These men, under the control of Abu Bakr Shekau, they espouse a radical jihadist ideology where they wish to attack all the nations around them who do not agree with their views. Terrorist attacks, gentlemen. If you think the attack on the Twin Towers was bad, well, what Abu Bakr has planned will make that look. Well, it will dwarf those attacks. What he has planned. If we are to let him carry out his ambitions with the resources of a state such as Nigeria, much chaos will be unleashed on the world.
Military intervention as soon as possible. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that direct intervention against the Boko Haram must be allowed as soon as possible. Because if we do not intervene against Boko Haram, we will definitely regret it in the future, and we will be paying with the blood of innocent civilians.
We're dealing with a major nation here. I mean, Africa is not a part of the developed world, but there's a lot of people there, a lot of suffering, but also a lot of extremism can appear there. I think the number one goal of this administration moving forward is to ascertain our military and political capabilities of preparing a anti-terrorist strike on Nigeria. We need to work with our allies. We need to contact our allies in Europe and NATO and abroad and put together a coalition to ensure that this caliphate is dealt with.
We believe that besides our own might and British islands, I don't think it even requires a coalition. They're, well, from what we know, from our observers during the Civil War, they were fighting with a very old rifles that
Then how could it defeat the British?
The British did not even fight. That's the problem. We believe, at least in our own observers, that we do not see British intervention at all.
Are you saying that they purposefully allowed Boko Haram to take control under the false gaze of legitimacy of the UNSC?
But the problem is, if the British were really dedicating their forces, they would have won. But it's impossible for British to lose this war, and yet he did. So in our minds, we believe that it was simply all staged for Nigerian government to be overthrown.
Why would the British government do something like that, though?
Well, it might be for some deals, economic deals, maybe special access to resources, we don't know.
That's a caliphate. That's a terror organization. Then again, they didn't give a damn when we got hit by terror ourselves.
Exactly.
That's a disturbing thought.
British couldn't...
We should look into that, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should.
Director, I think we need a... I think we need to look into British intelligence. I think I hate to say it.
I know exactly.
We still have intelligence services overlapping, but I think we need to take a good hard look at this Labour government's MI6 and their intelligence activities. And their military activities, for that matter.
We need to overview their participation in the Nigerian Civil War.
Yes, we do need to
I hope to God that you're not. I hope to God you're wrong, Rumsfeld. I hope to God.
But in the meantime, we do need to organize a collective meeting about the Kano Caliphate, and it needs to be dealt with as fast as possible.
Mr. Bush, important information I got from Lebanon.
What's going on?
Lebanon got Ayatollah. They have him detained.
They have the Ayatollah?
Yes.
Beautiful.
And it appears Ayatollah was sent over from Libya.
From Libya?
Yes.
How the hell did he get to Libya?
Well, I'm trying to figure that out.
I think it's about time I pick up the phone and give the colonel a call. He's been asking for the last goddamn 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah, you should.
I feel like I could do that, Mr. Buck.
There's also another problem.
Cheney,
Lebanon
I don't want to go ahead. I mean, you want to sit over to we can call together. I want to be on the phone for this conversation.
You could be in that conversation if you wish to be present, but
I appreciate that. All right, let's go give him a call.
All right, very well.
There's also another problem with Lebanon. They are not willing to give Ayatollah.
What?
They're not willing to send him to America because they had a deal with Libya.
What do you mean a fucking deal with Libya?
Yeah,
Cheney, can you go speak with Lebanon? Don't you have contacts with him?
I could do that, but I feel like should we not get the Libyan issue out of the way?
I agree. All right, Rumsfeld, go away to the groundwork. Go head to Beirut and get in contact with their government and see what we could do and get a circumvent this deal. We need to call the colonel though. What the hell's his goddamn number on this thing? Goddamn doohickey.
Let's find it. Let's see.
Oh, I goddamn phone numbers on here. Oh, I have someone for this. Where's my chief of staff?
That's not it. I'm not seeing no number.
Is he not in the VCs anymore?
No.
No, he is not. No, he's in with the fucking Fifth International. That's where he is. I'll send him a message. You are receiving a call from the
A whole nice thing to write up about Sudan.
Almost close enough, Spiller. We'll have to do it next time because the game is ending right now. Or either way, I do have to dip. So because I got to see someone after this.
We're gonna have to do a save edit for Greece because they left NATO.
Yeah, there's
Also,
a lot of stuff like that.
I will inform the president that the Asian nations have tried to reach the president and he has not been receivable.
Russia is guaranteeing the independence of Greece.
The AI messed up.
Yeah, but Russia is not AI. Russia is guaranteeing Greece.
No, I know, but I'm just saying Greece otherwise.
It can make sense for them being Orthodox.
Yeah, they're still Western as well.
All right, well, the game we are about to call. We got 1 minute left, so I don't know. Did Sniper say if he's ending the game here or what's happening?
I have no idea.
All right, well, that's what it is.
Robbie, are you doing military stuff? Any of them?
Navy.
Because, no, like I mean production, not.
Yes, I've been keeping an eye on production a little bit.
Yeah, please. I just see random like almost trained divisions getting deleted.
No, I'm not deleting divisions.
Well, then who is? If the CIA says he's not doing it, Dick Cheney thinks, then who the hell is doing it?
I'm not.
Out of RP, do you want to RP the call here or on text?
No, the game's ending right now, so we'll do it next time or this week sometime.
All right.
Actually, is the game ending or is he going to continue?
He will continue a few minutes.
Okay.
Like
I will
5 minutes.
ask for a mutual investment
try to get
also
this call over with
with
right now.
the United States.
Can we try to get this call over with?
Yeah,
right
let's go ahead and just call. Colonel, are you going to pick up the phone? We are calling you.
Go to the SC.
Hello, here is Colonel Muammar
Well,
al-Gaddafi.
jump up on channel. Is this Colonel Gaddafi?
Here is Muammar al-Gaddafi. Who are you?
You know damn well who I am. I'm not going to listen to that.
Where do you have my number?
Well, you know a lot of things about you, Colonel. Some of them are
What
pretty
you
concerning.
saying?
You know a lot of things
What
about
are
you.
you-
Some of the things pertaining to the Iranian government is what's concerning us right now.
What is with Iranian government? I don't know what you say. I am not in contact with Iranian government. I expelled him to Lebanon. He is in charge in
How
jail
the hell
in Lebanon.
did you get the Khamenei in Libya?
He got from. I don't know what you say. I have no.
Colonel,
Ayatollah.
we're opening up this dialogue to you. to try and go about this the reasonable way. I would remind you that my nation is at war with terror, and I'd hate to see you become a part of that terror that plagues our country, because we'll be having a very different conversation.
Well, listen, W, listen. The Libyan people are always against terrorism. But the only terrorism that I see is American imperialism, as well as French imperialism everywhere. On our seas, on Middle Eastern
Colonel, are you going to cooperate
territories.
with us? Are you going to have any sort of real dialogue here, or are you just going to monologue? Because I don't want to listen to you talk. You do it at the UN all enough. It bores me to tears. Listen to you talk.
Listen, W, I have much to love as well.
Little G, I need an answer
Tell
from
me
you.
what you want.
Regarding,
Tell me what you want, W.
Regarding how the fuck did you get the Kamini? Where did he come from? Who are you working with? And where are these terror cells?
I have no information that Ayatollah was in my territory.
Shady, can you
No
talk to this
clue.
man?
I will try. Mr. Goody.
Hello. Hello, B.
I have never spoken to you, so I'm not quite sure. Not much about you, but you did have a hold of a man. Am I not mistaken? That we wanted.
Well, this man is not in Libya, he's in Lebanon.
But was he ever in Libya?
He was never in Libya. We don't host Shiites. We are quite opposed to them. Tell this to your president. I think he doesn't understand this. I'm not a fan of Shiite regime. They are not real Muslims.
That's quite
They are
interesting.
discussing.
Then maybe we potentially got this one wrong, or the CIA.
We got
this one
valid
wrong. It was-
information. We got good information that he was in your country, Colonel. Are you suggesting that you have such little control over Libya that you did not know about a high-profile target moving in it? That is quite disappointing.
Well,
I
as I
expect a little bit
said,
more. You
I
talk
have
all the time
knowledge
about
that
your
he
power and
wasn't in
authority.
my country. He was never in my country.
So just to
we
clarify,
host never Shiites.
your government was not aware that there was a high-profile target in your country, and you do not have the intelligence or military capabilities to keep track of such things. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I have track of every single fly in my nation. And the Ayatollah was not in my nation. He is in Lebanon.
Is there
I
another
would say
government we
that
can
we
speak with, one who
can,
might know more about like their country and have more control over it, or is this the only power?
What
we can
are you
speak with?
saying, W? I think that you are a puppet president with other figures behind
Little
you.
G, I'm hearing nothing from you to suggest that you actually have any semblance of authority over your country. So I'm asking you: is there
Of course
someone I should speak to above you, or what's going on?
The only one that is above me is Great God, W.
That we can agree on. The Lord always looks down upon us. But regardless,
Then we have something in common.
that's quite disappointing, I have to say. It's quite disappointing.
I'm
You
ready to
understand?
cooperate. Listen, maybe we should. I will give this a try. The Ayatollah came with Russian help into the near of Libyan areas, but we refused to hold him. We sent him to Lebanon so the Lebanese people can send him to jail. Because, as you know, Lebanon had fights with Hezbollah, and the Ayatollah was a big boss of Hezbollah.
He
So,
was.
as I said, with Russian help, they tried to bring him into exile in Libya, but I opposed this and brought him to jail in Lebanon.
See, Big G, this is all you had to tell us. If you just cooperated with
know.
us, but there's no need for this. There's no need. See, this is all you had to do. You just had to cooperate with our government, and we can work this things out. You know, it's we're not angry at you. We're glad to hear that you didn't cooperate with the Russians, and despite their extreme influence in your country. But well, that's good to hear. Now, would you be willing to confirm that to the international community?
What? Again?
I
International
said,
what?
Are you willing to make a public statement that this happened? That the Kamini was given to you by the Russian state?
I would say that I rejected the Kamini and brought him to Lebanon.
But you would say that the Russians tried to bring him and that they had him at one point. If you were willing to do this, I think we could work out some really good deals for your country. There's a lot of.
Tell me more about this
There's
first.
a lot of excess military equipment. There's a lot of American companies who are looking for investments abroad. There's a lot of good things that could come to your country if you would cooperate with us here.
I would need a bit more than just investments.
Trini, you want to speak on this?
What in particular? I apologize. I've been zoning out. It's just been a lot of back and forth.
The only thing that I want is that America doesn't intervene in Libyan actions in Africa.
Could you repeat that? I think I'm lagging. Hello?
Should I repeat?
Yeah, repeat, please.
America should put its nose out of Libyan actions in Africa.
What would your actions be, if I could know?
Peaceful actions.
Somehow I doubt that.
No.
I doubt the same. I mean, you were the man that started an illegal war, but we can talk another time about this.
Oh, we really want to go down the road, huh? I wouldn't advise that, Colonel.
I mean, you know that I'm a man that can't hold his mouth, but you are the same kind of man. I think we have more in common. We have more in common than we think.
We shoot from the gut, Colonel. It's a good trait to have, but we're shooting in different directions right now. We need to be shooting the same direction. You catch my drift?
So again, America holds its nose out of Libyan affairs in Africa. That's all I need.
I think we should accept this deal. Not for no particular reason, but I just think, you know.
You think it's a good call, Shady?
I do.
Of course, this needs to be written and official. I mean, we can hold this secretly, but I want it written.
Yes, we can. I think we could probably get something written.
I would add one caveat to that. We would accept those terms, but that would be assuming that you continue to cooperate with the United States in a reasonable fashion.
What do you mean with cooperate?
I mean, you do not become hostile to us, take action against us, or work with our enemies. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but this would sell my independence. Libya will always do
You're
what it
already
wants.
asking us to sell a lot to give you this deal.
No. Let me say one thing. Libya will never be on one side. The only side where Libya is the side of the Libyan people.
And I'm making it clear that we're happy to agree to your terms. But if you cooperate heavily with our enemies, we can't continue to maintain that deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is too much. I can't sell my independence, Mr. Bush. You need to understand this. I think that the deal where Cheney agreed upon, I think that's the best thing that we can achieve. And this would
Cheney,
be
I understand where you're
something
coming
that
from, but if this
would
deal would
increase our
apply, even
relations.
if they're working with the Russians or Chinese, I mean, what are we supposed to do here?
I don't like the Chinese at all.
What about the Russians? Can we just... What about the Russians?
I'm saying here, this deal, we don't want it to be ineffective if they're just cooperating with the Russians and doing things with them, do we? They've already
No,
showed
not
that they're willing to
really.
cooperate with them.
Okay.
Stuff.
Maybe
I'll call it here.
because the... What?
I said game's done. We can call this conversation here. I mean,
All right.
Done with this.
I do see
I mean,
ambitious things in.
Well, when we assess it, I'll call you back. How about that?
All right.